everyone. Welcome back here to my channel this evening. Me and Tristan are joined here with this way.
I know it's hard. Oh yeah.
The dude. So he's a big Chucky fan, just like we are. So we thought it would be fun for all of us to kind of get together and talk about this third season of Chucky, this possibly last season of Chucky, and maybe the lore and what it means for where we go with the future of Chucky and all that. Just like an overall discussion and just, kind of talking about what we love about it, what we don't love about it, that kind of deal. Mm-hmm. So how you doing this evening, Cody?
I'm doing good. It's Friday, so I got the weekend. I'm excited. How about you?
Same. We just got out of a whole bunch of nasty weather this weekend or this past week. Yeah. So this weekend's going to be beautiful and 75 and 80. So we're welcome for the nice weather.
Yeah, I've been in 90 degree weather, 95 degree weather over here.
Oh, already getting warm.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah. I'm in Arizona, so it gets to be about 120, 123 sometimes. So.
Okay.
But yeah.
So just for anybody that wouldn't be following you, that might be tuning in, what draws you to Chucky? Like, what's your tie to Chucky and everything? Obviously you got a poster back there, so you get a little bit more than just the movies out of it. And and stuff. So
I got t-shirts. I got the Jack in the Box. I have different heads for my dolls. I got even got some Glenn right here.
Right on. See, even got the Glenn doll, like not even messing around. Okay.
Yeah. So when I was a little kid, my grandma had a grocery store, and in that grocery store she rented out movies. Because back in the 90s, groceries, you could rent movies from pretty much anywhere that could carry them. And I was very little, and I remember just staring at the Child's Play 2, VHS all day, like every day. And it was like it scared me, but it was like a good scare. Like I was like, this is a crazy feeling. Like what is this? And so my mom let me rent it, and I was under 5 years. I had to be 3-4 years old. And man, I loved it. I fell in love with it, and I wanted to see everything Chucky. I wanted to see everything horror. Chucky freaked me out, but like I said, in a good way, and I loved it.
Yeah. I don't know. I always just remember, like, as a 90s kid, maybe I'm wrong, but I always just remember it felt like every weekend they were playing Child's Play 2 and 3 back to back on USA.
Yeah.
Like, every weekend. If it wasn't Friday night, it was Saturday morning or Saturday late night, and they were always playing them. And I don't know, man. Chucky is just like the guy of the 90s, I feel. Like the one that made it out of the 90s, like through the 90s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he's been able to be consistent on reinventing himself. So, the series and the franchise may be a little batshit crazy, but at least it's never boring,
No. Yeah. I mean, and it's not like they always have a whole bunch of different toes in the water. It's always Don Mancini.
Yeah. And they always stay true to like there's always like they're all connected. It's not like it's like Friday the 13th, like each one could be different. It's like it all stays in the same wheelhouse, kind of.
Yeah.
It all follows the lore.
Yeah. Everything you've seen actually has happened to those characters and continues to be something that has happened to those characters.
Mm-hmm.
So, except for the 2019 one, but I don't guess we talk about that, do we?
I actually like that one. It's not my favorite, and it's not my Chucky, but I thought it was a good, it's a pretty cool, solid movie.
I've still not seen it. I've never bought it or
you haven't? Oh, okay.
I haven't seen it either.
So man, when they announced the movie, I was so mad. I was like, I'm not gonna watch this. And then they would like have different updates, and I'd be all of a sudden I was like addicted. I was like, okay, now what's going on? What's going on? And like because I was like, okay, this is gonna suck. I'm gonna hate it. But then I there's a fine line between love and hate. So like all of a sudden I started loving it, and I was like, oh man, okay, I can't wait to see this. I can't wait to this and that. And you watch it, and it's like I said, it could have been named something else, but they used the Child's Play name to get butts in the seats. But I overall I really enjoyed it. It's a fun thing. But
it always just intrigued me about Mark Hamill because I like him as like the Joker and like in every bit piece that he comes up with, like comes up in, he just always seems to do really good at it. So I figured he was probably good as Chucky.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like Chucky didn't have a personality; he just kind of talks. Like he has no personality at all. It's like kind of like, have you seen Megan?
Yeah, we've seen Megan.
Yeah, so it has like less as Megan. So it could have been like in the same, like Megan could have been like a sequel to Chucky, or at least in the same universe as the remake. But the one thing that does suck is that the remake really messed up the TV show, because they were coming full swing and they were going to go back to the Child's Play name, but then MGM always messes things up, and that's what happened.
Yeah.
So that's why they're all right. Well, I guess we're sticking to
Chucky. Don't want to use the name for the TV show if the reboot movie's coming along and it's leaving a sour taste in people's mouths.
Yeah, and that's what they did. They set it back a while. They're okay. Well, let's have this remake. This remake calm down before we start on this show, and it put him back a little bit. And then, of course,
that's okay.
Put him back even more, yeah.
Yeah, and that's okay. The show ended up being probably better for the wait anyways, given it a little bit of time.
Yeah.
So, let me pop in here real quick. We got a few people chatting. I just don't want to be rude to any of the people that are watching this live. We got Tiana saying, "Hey, hi Tiana." She's not caught up, but I'm sure that she'll get caught up and she'll be in here checking out the replay. She supports everybody. Yeah. We got Sarah in here. Hi Sarah. We got my mom in here saying hey to everybody. She's excited to see the stream. She's been looking forward to it. We got our buddy Eli in here. What's up, Eli? Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm pretty sure he followed you, but I've seen him in here before, but I'm pretty sure he found me because he followed you here from our last stream.
Yeah, Eli's a cool guy.
We got you saying hey to everybody. We got my buddy Mark in here. What's up, Mark? Thanks for joining in tonight. And of course, it's an official stream when Cody's telling people to roundhouse that life. All right. So, where do we want to start talking about it? Do we want to talk about the lore that got us to this point, or we just want to talk about the season and how we think it kind of rides with what was before it and where we can go from there? Do we just want to start at the beginning of the season and start talking, guys?
Yeah, it's whatever you want.
Yeah. All right. So, what did you think of the opening, Tristan?
I thought that the first episode definitely left. I liked where the potential that the first episode brought with the season. Liked the tone that it brought with the first episode, because I'm personally just more of a serious Chucky fan. I'm not a big fan of Seed, not even a big fan of season 2, because I thought season 2 had a lot of Seed of Chucky humor and the tone. So I like that they kind of dialed it back a bit. It felt a little bit more serious. We're back to one doll. Liked all that, because I did not like the multiple doll aspect that much either. So I liked how when the season opened, the potential that it left for the rest of the season. I really liked the opening. That's probably one of my favorite episodes of the season.
Yeah. I mean, I do like how they started the season off by getting rid of all those extras. Like, we did not need like hundreds of live Charles Lee Ray entities.
Yeah.
He became almost like a super doll or a Superman, unkillable and invincible in a way. So it was nice that they kind of grounded it back to more of a centerpiece at the beginning. I did like that.
The thing I don't like about the multiple Chuckies is they were so easy to kill. And I'm so like, I love the Child's Play 2, the ending. It's like Terminator. Like he just keeps coming back for more. And we haven't seen that in forever. And then when we had multiple Chuckies, I know the reasoning was he's not as strong in each body, so he's like weak in each body, so that's why he's easy to kill. But I didn't care for the multiple Chuckies.
Yeah, it just became kind of like a if you're old school, kind of like me, it became like a Kenny thing on South Park. Where it was like, well, how are they killing him this time? And how are they killing him that time? So I did like that they kind of moved that out of the way and focused back on like a prime Chucky. That was pretty awesome.
And I know that like Don Mancini, he's not a big fan of the voodoo aspect because it was created, that was something that Tom Holland did. But so I'm glad that he's actually bringing it back, but I don't like how he's bringing it back. I'm not a big fan of the Voodoo for Dummies book. I know it's a big callback to Bride of Chucky, but I miss when they would lay the person down, put the hand over, have the clouds come, and now it's just it's loose
now.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just want to make full disclosure. I'm going to sound very negative talking about this show, but I really do love this show in the season. So I just want to put that out there. I am a big fan of the series and what they're doing, but I'm going to sound very negative.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that all three of us are probably what you would probably consider like a top-notch Chucky fan. So we're going to be pretty critical about what's being brought to us. It's like at this point so far in, we're kind of expecting Chucky on a silver platter.
Yeah, that's how we want Chucky.
Yeah. So yeah, because I think we all have. I think all three of us probably have a few issues with how certain things have unfolded and how they're kind of tying it back to the lore. Mm-hmm. So because I do agree with that, like the whole carrying the Voodoo book for dummies around, like, yeah, that was a nice little joke in the first, the first time they did it in Bride of Chucky, but now it's just like, I don't know. I mean, we're definitely talking spoilers. We're just going to jump all the way to kind of like the end where the little girl has the book. Like a 12-year-old girl is reading this dummy book and being able to do like exorcisms and
it's like a book. It's like a book that you can get off of like BarnesandNoble.com or something. There should be like a Damballa book, like something like like an Evil Dead or like even Hocus Pocus, like something like that.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Like if there was an actual book, then it would be completely different. Mine on it would be, I would like it if it was like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. They could have just created a book for the religion or whatever, the cult or whatever. They could have just done a specific book that was like made for that in-universe thing using the dummy book. I mean, like I said, I know it calls back to Bride for Chucky, but that's the campiness that people aren't digging anymore.
Yeah.
Everybody wants that ruthless.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, and that's the thing. I don't mind horror comedy, but I don't like when it becomes comedy horror. They focus more on the horror and then the comedy. Or I mean, they focus more on the comedy and then the horror, it seems lately. But
it's just like it's comedy with some gore in it.
Yeah, and the thing about horror. And the thing about this TV show, every season it does this. Like it starts off like very like sinister and serious, like the first 4 episodes, and you're like, okay, this is getting good. And then after the 4th episode, it starts getting a little more out there. I'm like, okay, where is this going? And then they, do something like, oh, that's really cool. And then all of a sudden they take it away real fast. And then like the last 15 minutes changes the whole thing up. And then the next season, they get rid of everything they set up within the first 15 minutes. And we're like, well, then what the hell was that for?
Yeah. Like
it feels like wasted potential.
It's like, it's like Don Mancini has all these cool ideas he wants to do with Chucky, but he can't commit to one long enough for it to be a cool idea.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to like pace his ideas out. He's just so excited. He just jumps to every new idea.
Yeah, like the season, like in season 2 when they had like the Marlon Brando Chucky, the bald Chucky, like they could have done something really, really freaking cool with that, which they started to. I was like, okay, so this guy is gonna battle like good Chucky or whatnot. This is gonna be a good battle, and then he was just gone. Same with like in season 2 again, they had that bully. And I was like, okay, this bully's going to be a problem, and I'm going to, a good problem for the story. He was gone in third episode,
Yeah, it's just there's like no commitment to the ideas. They kind of just are gone as soon as they get interesting.
Yeah,
like so, like and I think that really like that idea, because it's been like that. He's done that every season. I think that idea maybe would have not been so bad if the second half of the season would have been a 6 episode rather than a 4. Because honestly, it just feels like for at least the end of season 3, the last 35 minutes is just like we're running to that finish line really, 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 really fast. It was just like super patient.
They don't let anything breathe.
And it was like, well, if they would have gotten a 6 episode run, so it'd be like a full 10 episodes, they could have like all right. So obviously, anybody's watching this, if I hope you've seen it because okay. So when Chucky embodies Jake, cool idea. Why did we only get it for 5 minutes?
That's exactly
I feel
what
like that could have been. I feel like that could have been cool to like carry over into like the next season or something.
Yeah, no one knows but him, but
he could have been incognito for the first like two episodes of the next season, and that would have been like super like
yeah.
But I will tell you, one of Chucky's best one-liners came out of Jake's mouth when he was like, "Yeah, this is my partner. We're homosexuals." And
that was really funny.
But
it was classic Chucky. We don't get that very often. So that was cool.
It was like as soon as he said that, it was like, yeah, these people know you're not Jake. Like that right there was not a Jake statement at all.
Yeah, it's kind of like Chucky forgetting he was in somebody else's body. And I think they could have really played with that.
Yeah. It was. I thought that was kind of nuts. But see, they could have went with it more. And honestly, that actor, Zachary Arthur, I guess is the kid's name. Man, he did a really good job impersonating Brad Dourif being Chucky.
Yeah,
like, he did a really good job.
Yeah, he's getting better. Like the first season, he was off and on, but now he's really good.
Yeah, he's gotten a lot better.
Like I like maybe. Okay, so maybe the reason why they only did the whole Chucky embodied him for like 5 minutes, whatever, maybe a little bit longer.
Because it'd be too much for him, yeah.
Maybe the actor couldn't do much more than those couple one-liners like that. So they just did what they could do and they went on with it. But still, like that was such a good idea. And just from my perspective as a viewer, it was just like so much wasted potential there.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Tristan. Go ahead.
It's just like the way, like I want Chucky to be in a doll, obviously, but I just wish this idea could have. It just sprouted and it never fully grew. It never grew into what it should have been. And then at the end, he's like, "Our contingency plan worked like a charm." And we'll get into that part later. But I just thought that was also messy. How he's like, this was a plan apparently, but it's so reliant on what Jake does in the final episode. Jake has to do that. The whole contingency plan to even work in the first place. So that was just another part of like, okay, we're gonna get him out of this body, and apparently this was a part of the plan anyways. But I don't know, that part didn't work for me. But we'll get into like that specific part later.
Yeah, I have a theory of why they ended it the way they did. I feel like just in case the show is canceled and they get to do a movie, that puts the show characters in a box to where they don't have to be in the movie, and Chucky goes on and does the thing. So I think that's kind of what they did. So if they left it off with the Jake thing, they'd be like, okay, well now we have to do a movie with Jake and this.
Yeah, that's true.
So that was my theory, but I don't.
They worked way so maybe this is more of a network issue than a Don Mancini issue. He felt, to me, maybe it felt like he had all these really cool ideas and he wanted to do all of them, but then he wanted to leave it open-ended so that way he could still tie it up whatever chance he was given to tie it up.
Yeah.
If they would have just been straightforward with him and been like, okay, you're going to get another season after this, maybe he would have slowed some things down and rolled things into knowing that he's getting that 4th season. So, because the way you say, like they can either go ahead and do a 4th season, they can kind of fix all those characters up, they can finish that, or if they have to do a movie, well, the movie can be about Chucky and Tiffany going off into the sunset, like, and that's their next like story, and those people are all kind of in that box and kind of set away and whatever. Who cares about them right now?
Yeah,
and they can do a whole movie and just ignore them. And I feel like if Universal, because it's Universal, I guess, that owns like the whole Chucky franchise and everything. If they would have just been more forthcoming with, hey, this is what we're actually going to give you in terms of, you have this much more time to finish out your story. Because he was talking interviews during the season break. Hey, I have ideas for a 4th season and a movie and all this and all that. And it's like, well, that's kind of worrisome because we know what types of things you like to do.
Yeah.
So. And
that's the thing. I want Don Mancini to stay on and to keep doing what he's doing because like I said, I'm a fan of the TV show. It's just I watch things and I'm just like, I would have done that I would have done things differently. Like I feel like this is I feel like Don Mancini and myself were not on the same page with things. So so I feel like if him and I were on set, we'd be clashing a lot. I mean, how about we do this? He's like, how about we do this instead? I was like, but Don Mancini is a legend, and I'm glad he's there, and I'm glad he's giving us what we can, because I'd rather have this kind of Chucky than no Chucky.
Yeah, for sure. And it's still like there hasn't been a lot of horror movie franchises that have turned into TV shows and been as good as this.
Exactly.
We're eating some good cake.
Yeah.
Just in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like this is the perfect time to be a Chucky fan. Like, because for a while we didn't get Chucky for a long time. Even when I was a kid, like 2023. Yeah, I was a kid in 2023. Back in like 2003, man, like you couldn't go into Spencer's and see Chucky stuff really. There wasn't licensed anywhere. Now it's everywhere. You got this things in like Halloween stores and stuff. Little things. So you can get Chucky stuff everywhere now.
You got Chucky on T-shirts in Walmart. I mean,
Walmart. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and Chucky was somebody who, like, you would see Halloween and Freddy stuff and Jason stuff all everywhere. But Chucky was just not he wasn't there. Now he's everywhere, and I'm digging it.
Yeah, it's better to have a little well. Because, I like I said, I grew up in the 90s too. So lots of Chucky in the early 90s. And then it was like, see the Chucky happen and then no Chucky until, well, about the time it was time to introduce mine to Chucky was when Chucky finally came back. For all of my like teenage years, there was no Chucky. So like I know what it's like to not have no Chucky. It's like, well, I'd rather have a little too much than none at all. Like I know what it's like to have nothing. And this is at least pretty fun. Some of the things some of the things that Don Mancini's kind of throwing in is a little questionable, but at least he has to recast Brad Dourif,
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I'm glad because Brad Dourif. I saw Brad Dourif retired from acting, but he's still going to do Chucky stuff, which is awesome. And it kind of worries me too. I was like, hopefully he's doing okay health wise, and not just being, I'll do the voice of Chucky here and there. Well,
I was worried about that, but if you go look Brad Dourif up on IMDb, he's got like 174 acting credits. Yeah, the man has been in a lot of things. Like he just don't want to do nothing no more. But Chucky's like the one thing he'll always do for a paycheck. I mean, he's willing to always come back and be Chucky. Like paycheck or not. But like. He's always willing to come back for that. He's like, oh, I'm retired from everything, but I'll still be Chucky because I am Chucky. And I have to respect that because, like I said, I looked on his IMDb and it's like I knew he was in like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and he was in like Exorcist 3 and he was in a whole he's in some iconic movies. But then you go and you start looking and he's in all kinds of things, bit roles here on TV shows, in this movie, in that movie. Like, and in movies you would never think he's in, like a war, like he's in a war movie. I can't remember the name of it, but
and he's always the best part of the movie too.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So I respect the fact that he's doing that. Now, I also wonder because he said that in an interview, kind of promoting this second half of the season, but people also tend to forget that this second half of the season was supposed to be on like 5 months ago. So his whole idea, like everything that he filmed when he was the ghost of Charles Lee Ray, was technically filmed and done before he retired from acting. He may not even come back and do Charles Lee Ray. He may literally say he's only willing to voice Chucky, which might be why Chucky was kind of put back into the doll, and they're probably going to move past the whole spirit thing.
Oh yeah. I think they were just maybe he told Don Mancini, he's like, hey, I'm going to retire from acting. So they're like, you know what? Let's give him you one last time, as Charles Lee Ray. Jeff, you still there? Can you guys still hear us? Or can you hear me? I can't hear Jeff, but can you guys hear me?
You can hear us. Hang on just a second. We lost our monitor.
Okay, I can hear you.
Come back on.
Can you hear me?
Somebody turn something on or turn something off, and it. change the channel on there or something.
We were talking about the spirit of Charles Lee Ray. Jeff, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me out there?
Okay, sorry. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Our monitor went off real quick.
Okay.
So I don't know what that was going on. We got our laptop hooked up to our monitor, and it just kind of glitched out on us for a sec. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we were talking about the spirit of Charles Lee Ray and it went out.
Yeah. So that might be the end that we see of him, because I kind of still think that, like, he was saying that in his interview and everything. Maybe he retired from everything but just voice acting, Chucky.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he may even be done doing the Charles Lee Ray thing.
Yeah.
And given the fact that he has 170 something acting credits, by all means, my guy, rest. Like,
yeah, I know. Yeah, and he's 70 something, right? I think. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have
if
to.
he's not, he's close to it. So it's time for him to go sit on an island and be Chucky.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's interesting because, like, you and we grew up with serious Chucky, so that's why we love it. And Tristan, I don't know how old you are, but I'm sure you're older than 98, right? You're probably born after 98, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
okay,
so he was born in 2008.
Yeah.
Oh, 2008. Okay. Okay. So that was even after Seed of Chucky. So he was probably, used to, like, the silly Chucky. So we're like, when I hear a lot of, like, the younger generation does, like, like Bride of Chucky is their favorite. So then they like that stuff. So I'm curious to hear Tristan's, like, experience with Chucky and stuff like that.
Well, I remember the very first one I watched, and this is probably why I like the serious Chucky, is because the first one I watched was Curse of Chucky when it was on Netflix back in the day. That was the very first one I watched, and I kind of just watched it out of morbid curiosity. Like, it was more of just like, this looks scary, but when you're a little kid, you just want to watch the scary stuff. Oh. So I remember watching that for the first time on Netflix by myself, and, like, covering my eyes. I was terrified. But I remember watching it a couple times on Netflix. But that was the first one I watched, and then with my uncle, I had watched Child's Play 1 and Child's Play 2, and I watched those back to back, still scared. But I watched those, and then I think I remember, like,
I think didn't he send you that day with the DVD pack that had that had the first 5 in it or something?
I got it for one of my birthdays.
On your birthday?
One of my birthdays. I think I was young. I think I was like 9 when I got it. I got, like, a DVD box set or whatever.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it had the first 6, so it had up to Curse on the DVD box set. So yeah, that's kind of like my first experience with Chucky. I'd watched Curse, and that was the only one I had seen for a while. And then I got shown the first and second one. So my first 3 Chucky experiences were, like, the serious and grounded Chucky. So that's probably why I'm such a stickler on wanting just the serious tone and not the comedic tone. Because I ended up binging through, when I got that DVD box set, I think, like, a year later, or maybe a couple years later, I, like, grew the confidence to actually watch through all of the movies by myself. So I had binged through the entire box set that I had. So then I had seen 3, Bride, Seed for the first time, and then I got Colt at some point. I think I got that from him too on one of our visits. Yeah, and he had gave me the DVD for Colt, so I had watched that one last, which is good, watching in chronological order. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of my experience with Chucky. I remember really, like, my first experience with Seed. I actually like it slightly more just because I've kind of gotten used to it. But at first, I despised Seed of Chucky. Like, horrible. I hated everything about it. I didn't even think it was that funny.
Yeah. That should have been the first one I showed you, and I should have told you that Red Man was an important character to the mythos. that would have been doing you dirty, though.
They wanted Quentin Tarantino for that role, but he said no.
But I don't blame him.
I don't imagine why he didn't want to do
it. Yeah. I couldn't imagine either. No.
So, Tristan, what's your favorite movie then?
Child's Play 2.
Child's
Play 2. I really like Child's Play 2, and I also really like Child's Play 3, because I know a lot of people don't like that. I know Don Mancini, that's his least favorite one.
Yeah, same with Brad Dourif, that's his least favorite one too.
Yeah, and I think mostly especially when it comes to Brad, it's probably, like, time constraints as well, because they started production on that
super fast. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure they did like a test showing for like a teenage audience, and it tested really well. And then they were like, let's make a third movie. So they like jumped in production. It was only like what 9 months after the second one come out.
Mm-hmm.
And the third one was out
soon.
Yeah, so that's
9
probably
months,
Brad's reason. They had to like jump on that real fast. And I know Don didn't like a lot of like the story directions because he felt like he had to like rush a script real quick and rush a reason like why Chucky wanted to go into Tyler. So yeah, I do like 3. I know Don doesn't like that, and then I hate Seed, and I know Don really likes Seed. So yeah, he's pretty. His taste with Chucky is so up and down. Like he likes doing the scary stuff, but he also likes doing this really crazy over the top stuff too. So it's kind of hard to strike a balance sometimes.
Yeah, I think he, like Universal's like, okay, you have to do this, and he does what they say, and they're like, wow, that was really good. Okay, and they give him a little more freedom, and then you give him an inch, and he takes a mile. Like, okay, let's reel it back in.
Yeah. Once he finally gets the director's cap on, that's when he goes crazy.
Yeah,
when he has full control.
Yeah, but people do like it. Like I know there's a lot of like people want to see the Scarface Chucky back, but man, it took us so long to get regular face Chucky back. I don't want to lose that. I don't want Scarface Chucky back. I just not now. Just it
was good for the time.
Yeah,
because I remember. I mean, I might have been one of the few people, but I remember when Bride of Chucky, like when they start showing the trailers on, like before other movies and stuff like that, and I'm like, this is stupid. Chucky died. Like, how do they bring him back? Oh, they literally just sewed him together. Like, I remember that was my first impression. Like, I was a 90s kid. I was about 8 years old when they were showing those trailers. I was watching it. I watched that movie as it was a new release movie. And I watched it and I was like, oh, yeah, this isn't stupid. But I just remember seeing the trailer. I'm like, how are they bringing back my dog? Like how is it possible? He was cut up in a bunch of pieces.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I was a fanboy for all of them. Even because when Seed of Chucky came out, that was the first movie I was able to go see in theaters. Because I was old enough to take myself there. So I went and saw it and I liked it. And then like there was a little while that I did not like it because I was like, okay, well, that's the reason why we're not getting Chucky anymore is because of this movie. I didn't like it, but now I really have a soft spot for Seed of Chucky, and I like Bride of Chucky. I think Bride of Chucky is hilarious.
Oh yeah, Bride of Chucky's so good.
Yeah.
I just remember seeing the trailers. I'm like, oh wow, they're making it goofy. Like because when you watched, I mean, like I said, I couldn't have been like one of the only people, but like when you would watch 2 and 3 so much back to back on USA, like I said, it was almost like for me, it was almost like it felt like every weekend of the summer we were watching Chucky on USA, and it was never the first one. It was like MGM held that one.
They did, yeah.
But USA had 2 and 3, so they milked it and they milked it. Like if it wasn't them two playing, it was the Problem Child movies.
Yeah, man, Problem Child, yeah.
Like so like. I just remember seeing the trailer for Bride of Chucky, and I was like, man, they're gonna do this to him. They're gonna make him goofy and all this. But then I remember watching it and really digging it. When that movie first starts up, it's got that Rob Zombie music in it and everything. But we can do without the stitched up Chucky. Like I'm fine with one prime original doll. I'm kind of glad we're back to that now. We took a lot of steps to get back there, though.
And I know that like I like Tony Gardner, but I really want Kevin Yeager back. The
original puppeteer.
The original creator of the Puppeteer.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah.
So what I kind of got from at least like the last 15 minutes of the episode is anyone and everyone can be a doll.
If you do the voodoo right.
Yeah.
So I know you guys watch it on Peacock, right?
We actually were watching it live on cable.
Okay, yeah. So that's how I watch it too. And so after the episode, they show, like the making of or whatnot. And man, they actually had some pretty cool dolls that they made look like the three kids. So
yeah,
I saw that. I was like, okay, I got to watch because that did not look like the dolls that they showed in the
Mhm.
show.
Yeah.
Then when they showed, they like digitally put the face on, and I was like, oh my god,
And it looked horrible.
this is.
I thought it was the fact that we were watching it on like DVD quality cable. I didn't I had to double back when I had access to it later
Yeah.
on the replay. I had to double back and just go to that scene real quick. I'm like, no, it looks just as bad in high definition too.
Yeah,
It doesn't look good at all.
Dude,
And
it was bad.
What's terrible is that's the only CGI in the whole season. Not the only, but that's like the only CGI in the whole season that offended me. The rest of the CGI in the season was pretty respectable.
Well,
there was like few parts here and there, like a few blood parts, but all the kills. Legit.
There was some so like they got crazy with the CGI, or at least the green screen fire, man. I was just like,
the fire, that looked horrible.
Like the fire, a couple of the puddles of blood when the blood would like puddle. Anytime the blood would puddle, it was all CGI and it looked bad. But all the kills were like on point.
Oh yeah, the kills were gnarly in season 3, man.
And there was like pretty much every episode there was at least one good kill.
Yeah.
If not more. So that was probably my highlight for the season, was like the kills. Like kills were great.
Yeah, the kills, like I think there's some franchise highlights in this season. Like there's some really good stuff.
Oh yeah, like season 3 started off with a banger. And then like one, like honestly, it's just like the last 15 minutes really was just like, man, why? But other than that, I really liked season 3. I wasn't a fan of the ghost stuff, but it made sense where they were at. They were in the White House and they wanted to play off it's the most haunted house in the world. So, that was cool that they did it for that, but I don't want them to ever go back to that,
Yeah, it was good for like a nice little sideline bit.
And I think if it wasn't for, because when they first did that, I was like, I don't like it. But then, they showed, Charles Lee Ray was coming back. I was like, okay, I'll let this cook and see what happens. And the Charles Lee Ray stuff was really cool. But if it wasn't for Charles Lee Ray, I don't know if I would have been that into it.
Yeah. At first it was questionable. And then by the time we got to like the end of what they were kind of doing with it, I had to more or less, I was like, I kind of have to respect it, because I can't be like, oh, well, ghosts and stuff don't exist in this world when Voodoo does.
Yeah.
So it's like, I can't really be too mad about it. And they didn't go too off the wall with it. So,
well, I don't know. It's just the way they like threw it in. They made it like such a big deal to like the lore, but it's never been mentioned ever before. And it's like the way they describe it is like, it's a place, not everybody goes to the spirit realm. It's for the people who have unfinished business, which is already vague in itself. But like, the way they like haphazardly just throw it into the season as like a major part of the lore, I thought it was handled strange. I don't think it was written in too well. And it just felt like, once again, Don had a really cool idea and he just didn't really translate it to the screen very well.
like I said, I think a lot of people actually have kind of the same complaints about the season, and it's that last like 15 to 30 minutes or so of it. And I think a lot of that could have been fixed if he was given another hour and a half worth of airtime to flesh that story out. Like that bit of story, he tried to hit too many notes too quickly, and I think that all those notes could have been hit if told a little better, like like I said, he tried to do everything he wanted to do with Chucky in case it got canceled.
And
you could totally tell.
Yeah, like once they get to the house, I just was not digging it, and I was just like, what's John Waters was evil. I was like, man, I don't know.
And they bring Mika back in there like they do real quick, and then like she screams off screen, and I never really dig that kind of stuff, because to me that's a cop out. Like, show us what happens to the character. At least with the kids, we know the kids are dolls, like, and we know all their family's dead. They could literally just be dolls forever in a box and be done. Okay, whatever, fine. You abandon the characters. That's okay.
Yeah,
we could deal with that. That wouldn't be the worst thing to ever happen. But at least could have showed us what happened to Nika. You know, we don't really know. We just hear her scream off screen. And to me, that's the biggest cop out for a character that to me is up there with like Andy, in my opinion. I like her like Andy.
Yeah.
Well, see, and I think that was the bigger cliffhanger, and you gotta have the cliffhanger for people to want to see season 4. So I think Diamond Scene was like, oh, they're gonna see these kids in as these dolls and be like, oh, what's gonna happen next season? I was more like, well, I want to see what happens to Nika. I don't really care about these weird freaking doll looking things. And they could have made like I said, like when I was watching, you know, the making of it, the dolls looked really cool and creepy, like formed after them. So I don't know why they like CGI'd their face on.
They literally could have just had them voiced over. Voice over dolls.
Yeah, but it just would like they could have just been really creepy with it and put them in like real like dolls and stuff. Because I always wanted that. I was like, so in my mind this whole time when Nika's got all her stuff taken off, I was like, I feel like they're gonna put her in a doll so she can get her body back or something like that. Or like when I was a kid, I was like, maybe Andy will be in a doll someday and fight Chucky.
Yeah,
but it's just the way they use Chucky fighting other dolls. It just looks weird. I don't like it. You know, like, because like back in the day, they had like animatronics for everything. Now they have like puppeteers that they take out. So it looks too, like a lot of people think it looks CGI'd, but they're just taking things out.
Yeah. Yeah. They're literally just like
taking
people standing behind him in green screen suits.
And they just take him out.
I mean, I like that they do it like that because they're still using a real doll, but it makes, when you get 2 dolls like that, it makes it almost look like a claymation.
Yeah, like
stop motion.
And when they do fights, especially when it was like in season 2, when it was like, I forgot, it was like, who were the 2 Chuckies that fought? It wasn't Good Chucky, but it was
Buff Chucky and the Colonel.
Yeah, Buff Chucky and the Colonel. Like they could have had a really cool fight there, but of course they made it, you know, silly and this. And that. I just, you know, I want a serious fight. I know that sounds like a weird sentence. I want a serious doll fight, but they could do it. They really could.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I say. I mean, anybody and everybody can be a doll. I think that he definitely set it up to where if he has to do a movie, he doesn't have to pay Jennifer Tilly to come back. At least not her face.
Yeah.
He can just pay her voice actor money instead. Because I think Jennifer Tilly character in the Chucky universe is dead now. More or less. I mean, there's just not much else they can do for her as a person is wanted. Like, she'll be gone. That's an easy way to get her gone, and I'm kind of okay with that. So I'm kind of glad that Tiffany's back in doll form.
Yeah.
But man, did they just totally just backpedal on the whole Chucky had given up and was done with Tiffany thing.
Yeah.
There was not any hostility all of a sudden. And
they kind of just like it's like rushed. They just like rushed so many elements just to get it to a point.
Yeah. I looked at it as they were both near death, and they're like, you know what? Let's, you know,
you
get back together. But they didn't, like they just didn't explain that, you know.
Yeah. It's just sudden, you know, just sudden changes real quick just to like try to wrap everything up or at least leave it with a couple loose ends.
Yeah, dude. And Old Man Chucky, what a great look. I thought
that looked amazing. That doll, I liked that iteration, that look of the doll.
When I first started seeing reviews for the second half of the season and there were like pictures, I'm like, oh no, I don't know about this. I'm not so sure. And then when you actually start seeing it in action, I'm like, oh, okay, this is cool. Like, in the way they're doing it, and like this was like the first true time that Charles Lee Ray had to face his death, like a real, true, mortal death. So, what better way to show it than by showing the Chucky doll deteriorating and aging?
Yeah.
Like, I thought that was just really cool.
Like that was one of the ideas this season that I thought that was one of the better ideas that they've had in the franchise in a while, was actually having Chucky not get the easy way out and not being able just to transfer his soul or split it. He actually has to face death, and he does die. So I like that whole aspect. It's just how quickly they brought it all back to normal. It's just where it kind of was like, well, all that potential, the whole season buildup of this is now just kind of gone.
Yeah. And that's another thing too, like, you know, the end of the last, because my favorite episode of season 2 has my favorite episode is the Christmas episode. That was really cool. And then it ends in New York. but then we're done with
Yeah.
New York within the first 15 minutes of the first episode, you know? So I was
Yeah.
like, oh, well, you know, and then it takes it to the White House, which the White House was okay. Or it was cool for a season. I don't want them to ever go back to the White House, but I did like that when they were in the White House, it wasn't very, it wasn't preaching on anything. Like it was just a setting, you know, like, you know, they didn't try to get into like, you know, politics or anything like that. It was just, you know,
the only thing they kind of did that was a little like, to me, I was like kind of like eyeing it a bit. Was the whole President Doppelganger clone thing?
yeah.
Like, that was very leaning into conspiracy theory type thing. Like, but
they're playing with
there is apparently like known history. Like, there's known history of presidents having doubles.
Yeah, and I think I think I like that. That's why, like, I was okay with the spirit realm in this one, because they were taking all those, you know, those rumors about the White House and playing with them. So I was like, okay, that was pretty cool.
It wasn't just the whole president has a clone. It was also, well, the whole White House is haunted, and there's dead presidents here, and dead, like, you know, just dead politicians and that kind of thing haunting these grounds. And it was cool. You actually seen some of that in the last episode when the ghosts start coming out. You've seen like what looked to maybe be like a Thomas Jefferson, or you know, I don't know, had the hair, but they didn't really specify who it was.
Yeah, and we got Chucky killed a president. Like like you just don't really think, you're like, man, we have a slasher that killed a president and set off nukes. It's like, what?
Yeah.
It's like
he also killed Santa.
Yeah.
I loved that. He was just like, because that kind of calls back to the in-universe Chucky movie. From Seed of Chucky, where he was trying to kill Santa in the Seed of Chucky movie. I can't remember what they were calling that.
It's like Chucky kills or something, or no, Chucky goes psycho or something.
Yeah. And he was trying to kill Santa in that. So that was kind of a nice little callback to a good part of Seed of Chucky, I thought. But I just thought that was funny. He was just like, fuck Santa. Oh, and he just presses that button and then he disappears. And I'm like, honestly, that's like the perfect last final one-liner for Chucky. Like, if that was going to be the end of Chucky right there, that would have been the perfect final one-liner, because why not? You know?
I agree,
I am kind of interested now, like, you know, I've been thinking about it. You know, the scale of this season was really big, like with the stakes and what they were doing with Chucky and Tiffany's characters, putting them both on pretty much like they're both on death row, I guess. You know, Tiffany's actually, you know, gonna go through lethal injection or whatever, but they're both dying. So I wonder how next season, or whatever the next iteration of Chucky is, I wonder how they're gonna not make it feel like the bar has been lowered too much. Like, it's gonna be lowered a little bit, but I don't want it to be like diminished entirely, because the bar was set pretty high this season with, you know, both of the antagonists, you know, facing death.
I mean, that's an easy fix though, right? All you do is kill the doll maker and burn the dummies voodoo book, and then you're good, right? Because then you can't have dummies doing voodoo no more.
Well, that book you can just buy it at Barnes and Noble again, you know.
There's probably a million copies of that book out there.
Yeah, and obviously there's a network, because they had a hospital where they were seeing, you know.
Yeah,
I do wonder where they could go with it. That does make it. It makes it kind of open-ended.
Well,
in a way,
you know, when they have that hospital for Damballa or whatever, they kind of made it like it's like a whole underground, kind of like it's like John Wick. You know how John Wick has the hotel and stuff like that. So I'm sure they can explore on that, or do like a spin-off. It's something I don't want to see, but I would watch it, and I'm sure I would like it, but I wouldn't be happy liking it. You know, one of those things where I'm just like, man, this is getting further and further away from what I want.
So, speaking of where it could go, we didn't see Andy this whole season, did we?
We saw him, remember?
At the very beginning, right?
Yeah. He had a dream of getting stabbed in the face and stuff while he was sleeping, which was a cool scene. Right? That was it, yeah. And I was like, man, Kyle wasn't here. So, so the way that he kind of ended it, he kind of made it to where
if he gets that 4th season, he has to bring them back. They're the only 2 humans left that kind of know about Chucky and Tiffany and the whole situation and these kids. But does Andy know about the puppeteer? You know, that's like, how are they really going to set it up? Unless Chucky just for some reason wants to go and like tie up all the loose ends, so he goes after Andy.
Well, that's what he was trying to do at the beginning of this season in that flashback episode when he's in the backseat with Caroline. He was like, "We're gonna go visit some of my old friends," and that, even though it's, you know, that part of him killing Andy was a dream sequence, that's still what he wanted to do, because that was still kind of tying into like what he was trying to do in season 2, which was just get revenge.
Yeah,
he was just going out all the people who's messed up his plans and foiled his plans. So they kind of, episode 3 in that flashback, they still play on that aspect from season 2. So yeah, I think you might be right, like tying up loose ends, trying to go after everybody who's still left, everybody who's still on his kill list.
Yeah, because that was his motivation in Curse of Chucky. Remember, he has like that. He has that like that complex. I can't remember what the medical term or whatever. Where he
completion anxiety.
Yeah, completion anxiety. Yeah. So I'm sure he has to go back after Andy and.
I mean, and that would, and either way, he'd have to write that. He could write that into a good movie or stretch it out to a good season. And I'm sure the actor would come back for either or.
Oh yeah,
or both.
Man, if Chucky comes back in movies, I want to see him in theaters. He deserves to be in theaters.
Yeah. It's been
too
long. 20 years now, right? Wasn't Seed in 2004?
Yeah, 20 years. And that would be crazy too, because I can't name another franchise that has been you know, in theaters and then straight to DVD and then on TV and then go all the way back to theaters again. You know, it's just Chucky's, you know, breaking new grounds here.
Yeah.
Freddy would be the only one, and that's only if you well, he did the TV show, and I think that was before New Nightmare.
Yeah, so he's never been straight to DVD though.
So Freddy did it, but he didn't get it straight to DVD, did he?
Yeah. He wasn't stuck in that realm. Man.
He didn't drop to the lows of straight to DVD. But honestly, about the time that Chucky went straight to DVD, that wasn't considered lows anymore.
Yeah,
he was like he originally it was a Netflix original, and that wasn't necessarily considered a low anymore. That was considered, hey, look what Netflix was able to snag. You know, they got the new Chucky movie. Like, that was actually a big deal. It wasn't necessarily considered like a low bar to be a streaming exclusive. What was that, 10 years ago when Curse come out or so?
2013.
Maybe a little longer.
I think 2013.
So a little over 10 years ago. Nowadays, they're a dime a dozen, and they're just as bad as straight to DVD. If you're getting put on streaming platform, it's because, well, you're not going to perform at the theater.
Yeah. I feel like now when you call those like really bad movies, they're called like the Dollar Tree movies. You know.
Yeah.
That's the new straight to DVD or straight to video market there.
When it comes, now I was thinking about this a little bit too, like with Andy's character. I didn't think about this when I was watching it, but definitely after watching it or whatever, and really thinking about the season, I think it would have been cool if we would have had Andy in the spirit realm talking to Charles Lee Ray. I think that would have been a better payoff.
That reminds me of when because first of all, like when Andy's like, it has to be me because you know, me and Chucky have this like big bond, and I was like, we haven't seen you all season, and if anything, it should be Andy. But then they threw in, they're like, no, because I was the one that loved good Chucky. So that's why, the good Chucky. So it's like, so that's how they did that. Yeah,
the whole good Chucky thing. I hate that they brought that back because I liked it, but like he was never good. It was a brainwash.
Yeah,
all they did was they temporarily changed him. They didn't permanently change him. It was just a brainwash. And whenever it set off when he killed Nadine, that's when it set off, and it was he was pretty much back. The brainwash wore off at that point. And then they brought that whole concept back in this season, and it's like, did Jake not learn his lesson from season 2? Like, there really isn't a good Chucky, and Devin even had to remind him. It's like, there is no good Chucky. That was, that we found out that was a ruse.
Yeah, like, okay, so why did he fall for that again?
Yeah.
So like that takes me back to my main problem with the whole season 3. Why are we still focused on these same 3 kids? Like, he's let these same 3 kids live for way too long.
No.
Chucky's super ruthless.
Man,
Like,
I really thought Devin was dying this season. I really did.
I did too. Like, I thought we were losing at least one of the mains. I thought it had to happen. I thought it was due time.
Yeah. Look,
now they're all in dolls. So.
Yeah. Yeah, and I said it in one of your streams before where, I didn't think it was going to be Lexi because they need some girl, and then it wasn't going to be Jake because he's the main character. So I was like, it has to be Devin. They're going to get rid of one of the guys, and most likely it's going to be Devin, but they didn't. And they kept playing into it. They're like, hey, we're the heroes, remember this and that. But they're playing off like they're playing towards Jake dying and Jake doing that. I was like, they're not going to get rid of Jake. And then
Jake technically died.
Yeah, he technically took the sacrifice to what he thought needed to be done. But I just thought it made his character seem really dumb and just oblivious because he went in there, he talked to the good Chucky, and then he almost seemed he seemed really shocked when the good Chucky turned on him, and he was like, right now Prime Chucky is possessing your body, and it's like that was a given. I mean, I like the way especially how the voice transferred over into like the regular Chucky. Like I like the aspect of the scene and how it played out. But it just made Jake's character seem completely oblivious to everything whenever he fell for it once again. And then they did a story direction that didn't make any sense to me was like, you need to get, because the medium was saying this too. He was like, you need to get to Chucky's like vulnerable side and you need to get him to sacrifice himself because then it's going to eliminate the entire spirit, the entire soul of Charles Lee Ray. If one of the Chuckies kills himself. So they're like, you need to get to his vulnerable side and get that Chucky, that version of Chucky, to kill himself, and then it'll get rid of all of it forever. Charles Lee Ray will no longer exist at all. So, like, I think a part of that aspect I like of them wanting to, because I feel like that's a good definitive way to kill Chucky once and for all, is for him to just die in the spirit realm and his soul deceases. But, like, the whole way they go about that just was weird. It just felt like they needed a reason to bring good Chucky back. I don't know. I just don't like the way that all played out, and I thought it made Jake seem dumb. I just didn't really understand how that even all worked anyways. Like, that just plays into my whole complaint about them just throwing in random new stuff that we never heard of before just because we want to do something new. So it just makes it feel loose. It just makes everything seem kind of soft.
Yeah, and when he does stuff like that, when they do these crazy things, like us as Chucky fans are, we're more okay with it. We're like, oh, okay. But man, people who are not 100% Chucky fans, that's when they give up on it. Like people who like, like Halloween's their favorite franchise. They watch it. They're like, no, okay, I'm done with the Chucky franchise right now. So it's like only the diehards are really excited to watching these, and we're okay with, like, I'm not excited, but I'm just like, okay, I can look past those red flags, those things,
yeah.
But like people who are just, because like I have friends on YouTube that are like they're like, hey man, how do you recommend Chucky? I hear good things about season 3, so I want to go back and watch them. I was like, well, season 2 might lose you. So if you hang on to season 2, season 3 is really good. But then the end of season 3, I just like, it's hard. It's hard to really recommend Chucky to people, like the newer Chucky to people, because I'm like, it's an acquired taste.
Yeah, it's so back and forth. Like it just depends. Like, there's people who don't like the third movie. A lot of people don't like Seed. There's a lot of people who actually don't even like Cult of Chucky either.
Yeah,
and then
I would just say I would just tell somebody, it's like, do you like campy horror? Do you like horror?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're going to get a nice mix of it, and you never know what you're going to get and when you're going to get it.
Yeah.
And that's the Chucky series. It's just going to be Chucky, and you don't know how you're going to get him from episode to episode.
Yeah, that's the thing. And see, like, to me, I feel like as far as I want the comedy to go is as far as they did in, like, Bride of Chucky. Like, that's like...
Yeah, Bride of Chucky, it struck a good balance, I feel like.
Yeah. I would rather it stay at a Child's Play 3, but if we can't do that, then Bride of Chucky. But we don't need,
like some quippy one-liners, which his one-liners have always been some of the best one-liners anyway.
Oh yeah, because like when they were showing the first Child's Play they were doing a test screening before the first Child's Play came out, and everyone's intense, this and that. And when they did the scene with Chucky on the elevator with the old couple, and she's like, oh, ugly doll, and then it goes up, and Chucky's like, fuck you. The whole audience just like erupted, and like the execs and everyone was like, that's what we need to focus on. And that's what I'm afraid, because I'm a big fan of Megan. I'm afraid that's what they're going to keep doing. Each Megan is going to get more and more sillier and sillier, like they did with Chucky. Like they focus on something and then they just go batshit crazy with it. It's like,
yeah. And then it's like whenever whenever he finally gets all that feedback and he realizes people don't like it, he draws it back. It's serious for whatever the next installment is, and then he kind of plays around with it again the next installment, and then usually that third installment after he just reeled it back in is whenever it's just everything's on the table, anything can happen.
Yeah. And the whole him bringing back the same actor to play different things, like it's funny for certain things, but he's doing it with more and more actors.
Yeah, it's like everybody.
Like if he did it with one or two, that's fine. Like I like the Devin Sawa, that's funny. But like the
and he's a good enough actor that every time you see him doing a different character, he feels and looks and acts like a different character.
Yeah, he pulls it off good playing the different characters.
But he's doing it with so many of them now.
Yeah, like now, like the Vice President, he was in Curse of Chucky. He was in, or not Curse of Chucky. He was in Cult of Chucky, and he was in the last season, or he was in the first season. And they did it with the Vice President. Yeah, and the Vice President was the nun in the second one. Or the nun in the second season.
Yeah.
And she was really good in this season. It's just like, man, after a while, I guarantee you in years from now, people are like, what? That was so stupid. Like, what are we that dumb? Like how, I'm sure people are like looking at this. They're like, how is people not being like, how's Jake not being like, hey, you look like my dad? Kind of.
Yeah. And then they brought John Waters back, and he was in Seed. So, even though that was fine, it's been so long since that movie anyway.
Well, what's crazy is, like you say, how Jake not like that's my dad, but then you literally have in the same universe, you have the doll of Tiffany sitting here filing her nails, watching Jennifer Tilly movies.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Like I'm studying to be Jennifer Tilly because I need to act like Jennifer Tilly. So she's sitting there watching
liar.
Like that, and it's it's like, okay, come on, like there's got to be some kind of line here where it's like people are the same people and people aren't the same people.
Yeah, it's just gone a little off the rails with all the recasts they've done. It could be worse. They could be handling it a lot worse. They could be worse actors and not portraying the characters as well. But it's still a little off the handle.
And I still also feel like most of these reoccurring actors are probably Don's friends.
Yeah,
like they're probably people that he's just really been good friends with and acquaintances with over the years, and he wants to make sure his friends are getting paychecks.
Yeah. Which is fine,
but it does get a little questionable when they're playing two different characters in the same season. Like,
yeah. And like I said, they're doing it just way too much. Like this whole season was, but I guess that's what they do in American Horror Story a lot. So maybe I'm just not hip to the.
I don't watch American Horror Story, so
okay, yeah.
I don't really know, but I do know that some of the same actors and actresses have like went away for a season and then came back and played a different character in a different thing, and like each season's like an anthology and its own little set story.
Yeah,
so I guess that's what what he's kind of trying to do with Chucky in a way, except for the fact that he's not doing that very well when we have the same three kids. He could have dumped them off at the end of season one and kind of done it like different little anthologies and focus on different main characters each season. I think we spent way too much time hanging on to those three teenagers.
Yeah. Like that's one of my other like more like not necessarily negative because they're not useless. But they're so background for the season, and it almost feels like they were trying to juggle the White House all the characters in the White House, and also trying to juggle them three. And I would have much preferred us just focus on the first family. I thought they were a lot more interesting because they're new characters. It's fresh. It's different. And like the teens didn't even really play a role into the plot until the final episode where Jake goes into the spirit realm.
If I would have missed the wrong episode, I would have told you that Devin wasn't even in this season. You know, like how much character development was there for Devin?
Yeah,
there really wasn't any. He got to like kiss his boyfriend. That's pretty much all Devin did the whole the whole season was just sit over there and like googly eye his boyfriend.
I mean,
like that's not character development no matter which way you slice it. He just was kind of there. That's why when you were in the chat and you were like, yeah, somebody's gonna die, I think it's Devin. I'm like, that actually makes perfect sense because Devin ain't doing anything.
He didn't, I don't know, he didn't really serve much of a purpose. I mean, Lexi got them into the White House by getting close with the first son, and then Jake, obviously, we know, like I just said, with the spirit realm. Devin just felt like moral support for Jake. That's really all he felt like. He was just like kind of following the group, like, oh, you know, I hope you find Caroline. And it just, he didn't provide anything to the plot though that made it. He didn't do anything. That's really the best way to put it. He just didn't do anything to change the story and help them. Jake and Lexi, and they still didn't even really do much. They were still sidelined so they could focus on all this new stuff.
And I'm waiting.
Lexi had the most character development of the season, and there wasn't much there.
And she always gets the most character development.
Yeah,
she hated her.
Oh my gosh! Like if you were to tell me she'd be my favorite character by the end of like season 1, I'd be like, wait, no, dude, she was terrible. Like the first 4 episodes, like you wanted her to die so bad, and then all of a sudden you're like that's great, right? I don't know. It was mind blowing how you hated her and then all of a sudden you loved her. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah, like the first season, I didn't follow the first season like he did. He was watching it week to week. Like I was watching it week to week, but he was following like the Instagram page and keeping up with like the behind the scenes stuff. And I'm watching it, and we were watching it week to week like we always have and everything. About 4 episodes in, I'm like, man, is this girl a freaking main character or what? Because I ain't liking her. And he's like, oh yeah, Dad, she's gonna be here for a minute. And I'm really? He was like, she's a main actress, like she's a lead like actress of the franchise. Oh man. I just thought they were building her up. So when she did die, we were like, Chucky killed her.
I like the turnaround. But the turnaround was really good.
It was really cool. So I thought they were gonna do something with like the bully in the second season where they're like, okay, finally we're gonna get that. We really hate this guy, and then he dies, and we're like, but he just died out of nowhere. It's like, dang, man. Same with like,
there wasn't a lot of build up for his. I mean, we got some scenes where it's like, okay, we don't like this guy, but there wasn't enough. They didn't hammer it home as much as they did with Lexi's character in season 1.
Yeah, so like if like I know it's sad to say, but if Devin or Jake did die, it would suck, but we would feel a lot more when Lexi died. If Lexi died, I feel like Lexi is really holding this together. Her and Nika are just like,
and like I said, I really agree with you. I think one of the main 3 probably should have went this season, because even still, we're at the end of the season, and what were the consequences? A dead president.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it. Like, but in terms of like the characters that we care about that are moving on to the next season, they basically just went to the next. They're going off into the sunset with no consequences, because they can easily. Dawn's gonna fix the doll thing with the kids in the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's
that's
which I'm okay with, because I can't watch a full.
No, I don't want to see them.
I don't want to see those kids in a full season. I definitely don't want to see it in a movie.
I'd rather like the episode start off and Andy's back, and then they just talk about the kids being trapped in dolls in a box somewhere for an episode or 2, and then all of a sudden he just goes and saves them. I don't need to see them in doll form again.
I do feel like it's gonna be a situation where it's like, or they could do it like this season and then have like the first 2 episodes take place with the new story, and then have like episode 3 be flashback, and then we see like how everything from season 3 is going to get to the point of the next season. So they might structure it like that again, but I have a feeling it's going to be like everything is resolved in 15 minutes. And that's just kind of how this franchise
formula
plays with like important stories, is like it's such an interesting idea, but it's never the commitment is just almost never there. It's like so quick about just getting that over with, moving on to the next one.
This dude's terrible with commitments, huh?
Yeah.
I think he's just so overly excited. He's got so many fun things he wants to do, and I just don't think he's realizing where to place them and how to pace them out.
And I understand too, because he's not promised tomorrow, so he's just like, well, if I want to do it, I got to do it now. Because what I want
Chucky to do this, so he's gonna do it today.
Well, that's the thing. He wanted to do the multiple Chuckies back in like 3.
Child's Play 3.
Yeah, Child's Play 3, and so he didn't get that chance for like almost 30 years. So
I love that idea he had though, with like the blood when it was like spilling in, it was going to create multiple different dolls and not just the one. I think that idea is so much better than this random new spell that he found on voodooForDummies.com or whatever that lets him split it. So that was so cheap. I like the idea of it being the blood, and then it made a bunch of different dolls. That would have been so much cooler. But budget and everything back then, they couldn't pull it off. But the way they brought that story back, it just felt so cheap. Like, okay, this is really how he splits his soul. All he says is I think it changes from Ade Due Dambala to Aboku Dambala. It just barely changes. One word changes and he can split his soul as much as he wants to, no consequence. Like, I remember back in the earlier movies when he had to do like a 4-minute chant to be able to finish it, and now it's like Ade Due Dambala. Give me the power, I beg of you, and it's over. The chant's over.
He doesn't even lay him down or anything. He's just like, man, and that's like when Chucky and Devin were switching or not Chucky and Devin, Chucky and Jake were switching bodies. I was kind of like, well, how come he just didn't lay Jake down and put his hand over, and switch it like he would have if he was trying to
like when Jake ran up, it was just the doll on the bed, and then you see like Devin trying to bring him back to life. Which also I want to add, I thought the way I think they were trying to be funny, but I think it came across as really weird when Devin goes in and Chucky reaches his arms around and it looks like they're kissing. I thought that was just something like the weird, like kind of like that's not even funny. That's just like weird. That's just weird humor. I don't personally find it super funny. I just thought it was, I don't know. I was like, it was funny in the moment because it was just so absurd, but like, I don't know. I can't, if I go back to rewatch it, I'm not going to laugh at that joke, I just think it was kind of weird. But that was just something I wanted to add, was I thought that whole, like, whenever Chucky reaches in for, like, a kiss almost, I just thought that seemed weird.
Oh, hang on real quick. There ain't been a lot of people popping in here. There's been a good bit in here, but I think there's been a little bit of, a little bit. Let me pop through the chat real quick. It's been about an hour. Happy Optimistic popped in. Kal-El popped in. He's going to catch the replay because he's not caught up. I don't want anybody that's not caught up to be in here. That's for sure. Because we don't care. We're talking it all.
Yeah.
But anybody that's popped in, I'm just happy that I appreciate it. Fauci, dude, I know he's following you here because didn't know Fauci knew who I was, but I watched your guys' Radsman streams. Fun dude. He's been Chainsaw Massacre run-throughs, and that's another franchise I love.
Yeah, it's a cool dude for sure.
We got Gizmo in here. What's up, my guy? It's probably like middle of the day for him right now.
Yeah. And I didn't
so everything.
Yeah, I didn't expect many people to be in here just because I don't know many people who watched it, or if they do watch it, they're not watching it like live like we are.
Yeah. So I've had people pop in during our live streams and be like, hey, I haven't seen it, but I just want to pop in, say hi, get the hit for you, deuces. Because there's just a lot of people that aren't caught up on it. And honestly, this show is one of the few shows that I watch like a regular TV show. Yeah, I was, lo and behold, obviously I like physical media. I have movies and stuff, but I had an Xbox 360 in 2007 when they said, hey, we are the first box that has Netflix streaming on it. Do you want it for $8 a month? And I said, yes, give me all the Lost you can give me so I can binge it. And I've been the binger ever since. I don't like watching week-to-week TV shows. But Chucky was one of those ones that I never wanted to take the chance of opening up YouTube and people are ruining that for me. Or opening up Facebook and people are ruining it. So I'm never going to be like, oh, you should be in my live streams or be in my live chats hearing us discuss this stuff, because we're sitting here talking it all out and throwing it all out there on the table. And I don't want to ruin it for somebody, because even though there's things we don't like about this season, I never want to take away the discovery of the new content for somebody, unless they just don't care to watch it and they just want to hear us talk about it in general, and they're never going to go and watch it. But if it's something they're going to watch, yeah, don't stick in here and listen to me talk about it, because I'm not going to be as entertaining as actually watching it.
Yeah. So, man, like when the first season came out, man, I was like a little kid when that was coming out. I was so excited, man.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when they were like, hey, we're bringing the show out on Blu-ray and all that. And I was just so excited. I'm like, wait, a TV show that I like and they're going to bring it out on disc? Because to me, that was still like, I think the first season was just streaming and sci-fi, right? They didn't do the USA thing yet, did they? They did.
No,
season 2?
Yeah. It was USA and
it was USA and sci-fi as well. See, like I didn't have cable or anything, so we were just doing the Peacock on the next day, or watching it other means. Like there were Discord chats and stuff. There's ways to watch things live if you really want to.
Yeah, and you can tell that they're struggling this season because they took away the next day on Peacock. They did it for the first episode, and then after that, they're like, "Hey, you got to wait 6 days. So if you want to watch it right away, you got to watch it."
Hey Tony, how's it going? Thanks for popping in. So see, I didn't know that. So, okay, so this season I learned, I guess, a few lessons about the whole how Peacock works their digital shows and all that, because so we never had cable, and then when I got my new internet package, we had cable dropped. We got like a cable line dropped in, so that way we could watch Chucky and like Rick and Morty when it comes on. Those are like the 2 shows that we watch as traditional shows. Everything else I watch on streaming and binge it, right? Well, when we were going to start watching this season, we knew we wanted to do like little reaction videos and stuff to the episodes. I was like, well, Peacock's going to be next day. And the first episode I was like, okay, well, I don't want to wait till next day. So I'll pay for the whole season 3 on YouTube right now. And then we'll be able to watch it right at 10 o'clock. It'll be on YouTube. Even though I paid for it on YouTube, YouTube is next day as well. YouTube doesn't go live until noon on, like, if it comes on Wednesday night, it doesn't go live on YouTube, I think, until noon on Thursday. Dang. And I was like, I paid for it and still have to wait till noon. Like, I was kind of hoping that I'd be able to pay for it. We could kind of watch it same as it was going on live TV, and we'd be able to get like our screenshots and stuff for our discussions. But then, like, when you buy it on YouTube, it blocks out screenshots and stuff.
Yeah,
so you can't use it for screenshots. And I'm like,
I learned that
so many lessons about digital TV shows and stuff this year.
Yep.
Because I always thought it was, I believe last season 2, it was all next day Peacock.
I think it was, and this season started off like the first 4 episodes. I think you were able to, and then once it came back, I think they're like, no, we need the ratings over on the channel.
Yeah, well, see, and we were able to get our screenshots for episode 5. We were able to go back and rewatch episode 5 because Universal uploaded it to YouTube for free. So you could watch the return of the second half of the season, but I had no idea that they weren't playing it except for a couple weeks ago. I think it was episode 6. Yeah. Tristan was like, I'm riding the bus over to your house. I'm coming to your house after school on Friday. On Friday, he hadn't seen it yet. And he was like, it's not on Peacock and I don't know what's going on. So we had no idea that they were making you wait 6 days.
Yeah. I haven't heard about that yet.
That's a bummer. And I apologize to anybody that was watching our videos because I was telling people to go get Peacock and watch it on there.
Yeah, I learned. My friend Alexis Horror, she watches the show too, and she would watch it the next day, and then all of a sudden she's like, they stopped doing it. Now it's, and then I saw like a commercial saying 6 days after, so I was like, and I know why they did it. It's because the ratings were dropping.
Yeah,
because people were watching it on the next day. They're like, I'm not gonna pay for this, and overall the cable channel wants their views, their
and like I feel a little burned that even though I paid for it, I gotta wait till like noon the next day. but at least I don't have to wait 6 days.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like they didn't get money from me. Like, I think I paid $20 for 8 episodes. Like, that's a lot of money for 8 episodes that I don't get to touch, you know? Like,
yeah.
You know, I've never lost anything on YouTube. That's the only thing I've ever really bought on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have my movies anywhere, so like my movies and stuff pop up. But the 3rd season of Chucky's the only thing I've ever bought, because I kind of thought, I was like, oh, well, we'll be able to watch it like as soon as it comes live on TV. It'll just be on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
No, it wasn't. Even if you bought that, it was like the next day.
Yeah.
But I mean, $20 really, in hindsight, because I didn't realize that they were doing that to Peacock. I basically watched it on YouTube because I didn't want ads, and the Peacock that I have is the ads, because I want it to be able to have access to certain content, but I like to buy my stuff like physically anyways.
Same
So I like to have the cheapest method to being able to test it, you know, because if I like it, I'm gonna buy it anyways. So why pay the $120 a year for Peacock when I can just pay the little $50 a year and at least have the access to the stuff? And I was thinking that I was getting Chucky the next day with that. So I'm kind of glad that I spent $20 and bought it on YouTube now. That's wow. I had no idea. I had no idea. Did they show that on TV? Is that what was it like on an ad on TV?
Yes, yeah, on TV they're like, you know, because it used to be, you know, Peacock next day, but then all of a sudden they're like Peacock 6 days. It was something weird where it caught me. I was like, wait a minute, that's different. Yeah, it was.
See, and I don't think I ever noticed it. So, because we were watching it just on live TV the last couple of weeks, that's how we were able to do our live watch-alongs. But yeah, I had no idea. I was just aggravated by commercials. I didn't even think about the fact that you couldn't watch it when it came out. I was just like, I don't want to watch commercials, putting my nose up to that. And these people are like, you got to wait 6 days. And I'm like, oh, well, I guess the commercials ain't so bad anymore.
Yeah.
Let's see if we got anybody else in here. We had Tony. I think there was just a bunch more highs. Oh, we got May Ann. We're talking about her favorite doll. Hi, Mayan. Yes, we are talking your favorite doll tonight. Thanks for joining us. I don't know if you're still here. That was...
Yeah, it looks like she's still here.
That was about 10 minutes ago. She's probably still in here.
Yeah, I saw her. She just hopped in. Or she just commented. Thanks for being here, Marianne. Mayan. Cobra Kai Nation. I think that's a first chat. If it's not, I am totally sorry. I'm not very good at remembering everybody that pops in. I'm not very good with the chat either. YouTube is goated. Yeah. Let's see. Hey there, everyone. Please hit the like button. Yes, thank you, Caveman. Always in there with the like button. Okay, and we still got May in here. Okay, so I'm all caught up. I wasn't too far behind. I just don't want to leave anybody hanging. I hate to be the guy that's like leaving people that are in there like saying hi to you, just like hanging, because they're the ones that we're talking. You know, we're talking to entertain. So. But so what was your favorite kill this season? Because, you know, every season has like one really awesome kill. Yeah, man, I really like the Keenan stuff. Like, I like that whole scene with Keenan Thompson. First of all, that got my, you know, I'm a big Keenan and Kel fan, you know, from the 90s. So to see him in here, you know, and he's in New York, Saturday Night Live, shout out to that. And then, you know, just even his interaction with the doll, it was just, the timing was perfect. And then I liked the whole, his death scene was awesome.
See, that's like the humor that like just works for me. It lands.
Exactly.
Like, that was actually funny. Like it was genuine laughs from that entire scene. I loved all that. I thought that was hilarious. And then his kill was an amazing way to open that episode. Yeah, because that was right before the opening credits. So
well, see, and I wasn't expecting him to die that quick either. I'm like, oh, they got Keenan in here. That's what's up. Like, that's like, because you know, I'm like you know, 90s kid, like every day. Nickelodeon, 6 p.m. They had all that and Keenan and Kel on for an hour from 6 to 7, at least in the East Coast. It was probably similar, you know, right around dinner time, right after dinner, right before dinner, right around that time. Keenan and Kel every night reruns. Saturday Night Snick, where you got those new episodes. Like Keenan has always been on TV as far back as I can remember. You know, he was doing the Nickelodeon thing.
Yeah, but Keenan's been in my life my whole life.
and then he rolled over to SNL, and my mom hadn't realized this till I had said something to her about it. I was like, hey, Mom, did you realize that Keenan actually holds the record as the longest SNL cast member?
20-something.
And you know what? That dude can stay on there forever. Like, he's perfect for SNL.
Yeah.
But and he had, like I said, you guys are right. He had like the perfect kind of comedy that I like to see. But the kill was just like probably, I'd say it was right up there. So my favorite kill before that kill was the Devon Sawa priest one, where he just like exploded all over the church. I just thought that was really cool and nutty, you know.
Yeah.
But that one, you know, that outdid it. He, you know, it just, his whole face just like exploded everywhere, all up in the car, you know.
See,
like that was awesome.
One of my favorite scenes, and it's not like too like, I mean, it's crazy, but like I love that scene in like this in season 1 with the maid and she falls on the knives that are sticking up, because that's something you know, that's one of the that's things when I was a little kid I think about. I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, I would hate to fall on that. So I like those kind of things too. But yeah, like
I remember seeing that. What was that about? Episode 2? That was like the second episode, wasn't it?
No,
I
thought she was the first one. I think it was
second one. It was it was the second one. That's how they opened the episode.
Okay.
I just knew it was like right at the beginning, but I remember seeing that kill, and I'm like, okay, this is first off, this is what the TV now. This is what I wanted on TV when I was a kid in the 90s and a teenager. This, for one, awesome. And second off, like, this is a fear that I have doing dishes, like, and they did it good. Like, that's when I knew that this series was going to be like a good series. Like that right there, that kill right there sold the series for me. And it's still been hard to top that. But I really liked the Devon Sawa, like the exploding one, because it looked cool. Yeah. You didn't expect to see something like that on a television show, because no matter how good it looks and how good of a budget it gets, this is still a TV show. It comes on a network television every week at 10 p.m.
Yeah, man.
What blows my mind is what they get away with on network television now. Because I am of the generation that watched them make Stone Cold do the ring finger. Stone Cold had to go to the ring fingers because he wasn't allowed to flip birds, and he had to do it like this, you know. Like, I'm of the generation where if he did a bird, they blurred it out, so he flipped it around, kind of crazy stuff. And now Chucky's like, you get 10 F-bombs in a 45-minute episode, and he'll burn 3 of them up in the intro.
Yeah, I know.
It just blows my mind. I mean, I know that like maybe I'm old school like that, but I like it. Like, I think it's cool, but it just blows my mind as to how much stuff they get away with on just regular ass cable TV.
Yeah.
My other favorite kills was Tiffany's first kill of the season with the Voodoo doll.
Oh yeah, that
cool. One was probably like the most skin crawling one. Like when she's got the potato slicer and she's like slicing at her. That was the most like skin crawling. Like it made you
Season 3, man, those kills were just top notch,
like,
man.
So like if you were to tell me, and they're probably not, it's probably not like this. It's probably not the same people. But if you were to tell me that it was the same people that were behind the makeup design for the kills and the same people that were behind the designs for the CGI, I tell you were a liar. Because the CGI was like garbage in comparison to like the kills and the makeup practical effects.
Well, that's,
you know what I mean? Like,
so
the kills were so much better.
If it wasn't for the last 15-20 minutes of season 3 season 3 would probably be my favorite season. But because season 1, man, I was just every week I was just so excited. I was like, what are they going to do next, man? You know, and I'm like, okay, I know Andy's coming back. What is he going to do? I know Kyle's coming back. What is she going to do? This is our first time seeing, basically seeing Kyle doing something in like 30 years. So I was so excited. So it's like every episode, I was like, what's going to happen? You know, what are the Easter eggs? You know, who's going to show up? Who's not going to show up? But yeah, man, but season 3 really hit it hard and I loved it, man. What's up?
Yeah. Well, like I said, there was good episodes and all, like there was good kills in every episode. And there was even multiple good kills in some episodes.
It was really cool to see them go to the Amityville horror house. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, they did some really cool things this season. The kills are amazing. Yeah, the amazingly brutal. Like that's why I say, like, that dishwasher kill sold me on the show. I'm like, okay, they can pretty much, like, I don't know. I know that was like really early on in the series, but almost that kill right there, I almost felt like, okay, they're not going to be able to do any wrong with this series.
Well, even when
that one kill, and they've done some side steps and stuff, and things I haven't been happy with, but
So even in season 1, when Chucky kills that kid during the fire, I was like, dude, he just like stabbed this minor to death. Like, we just, I was like, nobody is safe, Oh, and that's another thing. They made the fire look realistic in season 1. So what the hell happened in season 3?
Yeah,
that fight.
Well, that's what I say. Like the CGI in season 3 was bad.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Yeah,
dude, like so you had the fire in the last episode. But do you remember before the president died? What was that, episode 6 maybe, when he's going up against the desk on the floor and he's wigging out and the blood puddles coming towards him? We watched that on cable and I'm like, man, this looks like ass. And then we watch it on, and then I turn around and I watch it on YouTube and I'm like, it still looks like ass. Like the blood just looked terrible, but the blood and the kills look good. And I'm thinking maybe that was because it was like in his mind, and it was supposed to be like a mirage. But still, they could have done better CGI because we had better CGI in season 1 and season 2.
And honestly, like one of my least favorite shots from this entire season is when Chucky is telling Caroline that he's going to be going to the White House, and then they have that shot of them looking out to the White House from the fence. That shot looked horrible. Like, there were some really bad green screen effects in this season.
Man, I'm just wondering if it's like they, I think the studio knows it's not coming back, but they just don't want to tell people yet. And I think that they're like, okay, like I feel like their budget was smaller with that stuff. And they were like, go do what you have to do to end it. Either that, or I'm okay with them using all their money for the practical kills, because the kills did look amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
so that's why I overlook it. But man, like I said, that last episode with them running through the fire and stuff like that, I was like this is
like
bad.
That blood puddle, like when they showed the blood puddle and then that opening scene with the White House, like those were forgivable because we were getting really cool, awesome practical kill effects.
Yeah.
But that last episode, like the last 15-20 minutes where they overused, like basically these actors were standing in front of green screens and you could just tell at that point. And it was like, man, that's just too much. Do we really need a fire and this and this and this all going on at the same time? Go back and make practical things happen for a minute.
There was one shot where you could tell they were doing like reshoots or something, because it was whenever they had all walked out from the White House and Lexi and Devin were like, they were together. Jake was, as Chucky, was walking out of the White House. And you could tell that he was on a green screen. His hair was like really padded down and stuff from the blood in the previous episode. But then they'd cut over to Lexi and Devin, and you could tell the background was real. You could tell everything was real from that. They'd cut back to Jake. He was on a green screen. His hair was padded down. And then they'd cut to a shot of all three of them, and they'd all three be behind or in front of a real background. And his hair was like it wasn't as padded down. It was like poofy.
Okay, so I also tried to keep in mind that the writer's strike messed this season up.
Yeah.
So we don't really know, because they don't film things in order. We don't really know how much of this second half of the season was filmed before the writer's strike and how much of it was filmed afterwards. So the green screen to fit Jake in and for them to do the reshoots, it may have not been actual reshoots. It may have just been, this is when they were allowed to come back to work. And just given a couple months, these kids are growing so fast and maturing so quick that the hair poof in this and the green screening, and they have to kind of maybe do that just to make it kind of work together, because there could have been months between the same scene being filmed and finalized. So I am trying to keep that in mind and forgive that. And I think the writer's strike was really was to its detriment, was to this show's detriment. If this show would have had not that issue, we would have not had a mid-season break. That was not a plan from the get-go. The plan was for them to finish it in all 8 episodes.
Man, and that's the thing, it's like season 3 started off so hot, and like if it just could, and then you had to take a break, and you're just like, okay. So like when it came back, I don't even know, like there were probably people who didn't even know it came back, and they're like, okay, so it's just, if they would,
I really think that as much as I really enjoyed watching it last fall, I really think the show could have used just being pushed until the whole season was ready,
It
just
was
to
all
be
done,
done
yeah.
back to back to back.
Yeah.
It would have been perceived a little bit better because the way that it's split up. So like they never intended it to be split up like that, but a lot of shows are made where they're split up because like Netflix does that, and they do that for awards shows. If they do the first half before June and the second half after June, they can do Academy Awards shows for 2 different years, and they can have 2 different Academy Awards and off of the same season. Well, they weren't really necessarily doing that for Chucky, but when they do that for like streaming shows or just shows that are doing that on purpose, they write their story and script it off in such a way that there's a peak halfway through that you're peaked, and then they have it written to peak again. They didn't have Chucky ready to have 2 peaks.
Yeah,
we kind of ended in the middle of a lull. So I came back in a lull and they tried to peak it, and then we never really got that.
Yeah, I have a theory of why they went ahead and threw the 4 episodes out there, because it was October and they needed to promote their Hollywood Horror Nights house that they had. Because first of all, I honestly don't think we would have got a 3rd season if it wasn't for that house coming up. I think season 1 did really well to where they got the ball rolling on this haunted house, at Hollywood Horror, whatever it's called, Hollywood Horror at Universal Studios. So when that was popping off, they're like, well, we can't cancel the show and then have this house and nobody be like, okay, we're gonna go to this canceled show. So I think that's they're like, okay, we'll give you a 3rd season, to come out to promote the show.
So we noticed something as Dead by Daylight players, right? They brought Chucky to Dead by Daylight back in November. The way that they were able to use the doll and have him a shorter character and make him work within the universe and the physics of the game was when he goes to pick up his victim, turns into the Charles Lee Ray spirit, and he picks up the doll and puts him under one hand, picks up the victim and throws him over the shoulder. So because the little doll can't pick people up, that spirit didn't really make much sense until you see the spirit in the TV show. And I feel, because by the time that Chucky launched in Dead by Daylight, the show was already on hiatus. I feel like they had all that stuff kind of planned out. And Dead by Daylight, in terms of like a video game, they have set schedules for when they drop their content and stuff. They weren't pushing the content out because the writer's strike pushed the show out. So us as gamers, we already kind of knew there was a Charles Lee Ray spirit. Technically, it was kind of ruined for us in a way that when you go back and you look at it now, it was supposed to all coincide and cross promote. They set it up to all cross promote each other, and it was all supposed to be in the fall,
which is good marketing. Yeah. So Charles Lee Ray's in the video game.
Yeah, the spirit of Charles Lee Ray. So when you knock down your opponent and you go to pick him up to put him on a hook.
I've never played the game. I don't know.
Okay, so I'll play it live sometime. Pop in there and watch me play it.
Is it Brad Dourif?
Yeah, it's Brad Dourif. So the killer will knock you down, and when the killer knocks you down and you're like paralyzed on the ground, they pick you up and then they take you and they hang you on a meat hook. Well, they can't have that little doll picking up these full-grown people. So what they did was they have, when he goes to pick you up, he turns into the spirit of Charles Lee Ray, and the Charles Lee Ray spirit picks up the Chucky doll and puts him under one arm and throws the person over the other arm and walks them, and Charles Lee Ray hooks you on the hook.
Dude, that's so cool.
It really made no sense. Like, well, it did make sense, but it would have made more sense if the show was supposed to be on, because it would have been all coinciding with the episodes of the Charles Lee Ray spirit. So
what was it?
One of those things you notice.
Was it old Charles Lee Ray or young Charles Lee Ray?
Yeah, it's well, is it older?
No, it's just Charles Lee Ray.
It's just Charles Lee Ray.
Oh,
but he's a
so
blue
cool,
ghost,
so cool.
But he's a blue like entity type of spirit ghost, like he is in the TV show.
Dude, that's so
cool, to me,
man.
like looking back at it now, I'm like, wait, that was supposed to be a cross promotion that they missed the opportunity on because of the writer's strike, because they had to push the second half of the season. If they wouldn't have pushed it, it would have coincided, because Chucky came to the game in November, and we would have been on about the 7th episode of the season in the 3rd week of November, about the time it would have all coincided. And I'm just like, wow, that would have been amazing for fans of the game and of the franchise and the character and everything all at once.
Mhm.
So there was just a lot of things that worked against this season, I feel, this year, you know?
Yeah.
Things
And
that Dawn just wasn't really planning on.
unfortunately, man, a lot of good shows get canceled during strikes and stuff like that. Like when The Office first started, it was canceled after 6 episodes because of the strike. Thankfully, it came back. But man, things just strike. A lot of things get canceled during the strikes or after the strike. They're like, oh, you know what, we're not. It's more expensive to keep them hanging on than it is to keep them at all.
Yeah.
Get rid of them.
I mean, and honestly, a lot of shows nowadays don't make it past third season, even good ones.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can have a really good show and a network will cancel it, and it'll take people like us campaigning all over the internet for a streaming service to pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with that is the streaming service ain't going to pick it up because it's Peacock and it's a Universal owned property. Universal's not going to just sell it and bid it off to somebody else, because for all that, they'll just keep it on Peacock as a streaming show and give it less of a budget. So we don't even have like the promise of being able to like whore our franchise out to like Amazon or the Netflixes of the world or anything anymore, because Peacock is its own entity now and they own the franchise. So we're at the mercy of whether or not Universal will give us more.
Yeah.
You know, we can't even pull the whole NBC canceled it. Let's move it to a streaming show.
Yeah.
Because
I do know.
Using
Yeah. And I do like that Universal. I think Universal knows what they have with Chucky, with like the Chucky franchise. So I am glad that they do bring it back, because it does make noise when it does come back. So I'm glad that they're actually giving it a chance after Seed of Chucky, because even in like Cult of Chucky, they weren't allowed to say Glenn at all. I remember Jennifer Tilly she ad-libbed Glenn, and they're like, no, you can't. That's a rule. We cannot say Glenn at all in these movies. And then now Glenn's back, and they're doing Glenn so much better now.
It's just it's not a joke anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, and Glenn could have all like that was probably the best thing to come out of season 2 was Glenn was final. Well, Glenn, Glenda, Gigi, they were finally the character they were supposed to be, and not the butt of the joke of the franchise.
Yeah, and they ended
their character meaning.
Yeah, and they ended it to where we don't need to see them again. But if we do see them, that's great. But they put him on like they're off doing their thing. You know,
I still kind of think that if we get a 4th season, Gigi's coming back in some capacity.
Because they talked about Gigi at the end.
Because they talked about Gigi. Like, it's like they were brought up. So, but I'd love to see the doll. I'd love to see him come back as Glenn.
I want a Gigi doll now.
Yeah. Well, they got the doll maker, so they can do anything.
Man, if the doll maker is making those Jake and Lexi dolls, I don't want to see anymore. But
yeah,
I would.
Glenda's gonna come back looking like Blade from Puppet Master.
Yeah.
It's gonna be about this tall with a little pitchfork or something.
And there was an ounce of hope of me when they were like, I have the original good guy doll, and he went to go get the case. I really thought he was gonna grab like the OG doll from like 88, and I was like, oh my god, we're getting this. And then they pull out the one with the weird hand, and I was like, okay, well, we're not doing that.
Yeah, it's always like.
And the one with the weird hand came from which one?
No. So like in like starting with Curse, he has like a weird mouth that's open. The good guy doll. Actually, the good guy doll is a lot better now. But when you put like, if you ever watched the good guy doll from Curse of Chucky, it just looks weird. Like he has like his mouth doesn't close, and he has like weird hands. You know.
Yeah,
and that's the one that they used for the original doll, right?
That's what it looks like they did. Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, oh no. I just want to see the old good guy doll. I don't understand.
Yeah, because they can't still like.
Is that a thing where MGM like owns the likeness of that particular original doll?
No, so
I don't think so. I think it's a thing where it's like they just probably didn't even think of the concept of remaking the original doll and how it looked. I think that's what it is. They just this is what Chucky looks like now. So when you see that doll and you've seen it for fans who have come throughout the series, they recognize that specific look of the doll as the good guy doll. So I feel like it's more of that than like.
I think it's Tony Gardner. He just maybe there's something because Kevin Yeager stopped doing it after Bride for Chucky, and Kevin Yeager took over. So I don't know. And I've heard that there was like this falling out to where, and once Seed of Chucky did really bad, there's a rumor that Universal had all those like prototypes destroyed. They're like, we're done with Chucky, Joe. So they got rid of that. I don't know how true that is. That's just a rumor I've heard. But there's no way, they keep saying, like, yeah, we want it to look like the doll from Child's Play 2. Like when they first started the show, it's like, well, then why don't you make it look like the doll from you can do that, but you're not doing it. I mean, sometimes it looks really close, but I don't understand why they can't get exactly the same.
It's the closest we've got because like Curse, he had like the fat face and the big hands. Like the doll looked kind of weird in that. Now that was like for good reason though, because he had like the makeup on.
Look at that hair though.
Yeah, I know. The good guy doll does not look like this anymore. This is good guy. This is Tommy from Child's Play 1 or Child's Play 2.
Yeah, his face is like fat now.
Yeah, the good guy doll doesn't look like this anymore, man. So yeah, it looks like when he's on the swing, he's like looking at Chucky. Or the guy who was like married and stuff, but yeah, like they just don't make him look like this anymore.
Yeah,
dude, I love that hair on him though. That hair is nice. Yeah. It's all like feathery and stuff.
See, and that's something that bothers me. It's like it's way too much hair on these dolls.
Yeah,
I'm just a grown man who plays with dolls.
No, that's it. No, those are the heads that go with the one doll that has the interchangeable ones, right?
Yeah,
you can pop the head off.
Yeah.
No, that's a full-size doll, right?
Yeah, this is a full-size doll.
Nice. Dude, I love that one.
Yeah, I have all three heads. And surprisingly enough, I feel like the Tommy Good Guy doll one is the best looking one. And I did not buy that one at first, but then I saw someone unbox it. I was like, okay, that's the best sculpted one.
It almost looks like a replica of it. Like it looks really good.
Yeah.
It looks like the originals.
Yeah, it's close.
I mean, like I'm satisfied with how the doll looks in the series because like in Curse, he looked all weird, but he did get a good reason too. Because like, so you had the makeup that was covering up his stitches, so you could say that's the reason he looks like that. But then in Colt, I feel like Colt's weird. He has like huge eyes in Colt. If you remember, it's like the way I really don't like the way he looked in Colt. They made him look different again, and then the series is probably the closest we've got to it looking like the original.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that we at least got close to it.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, like I hate that I have so much negative stuff to say because I absolutely love this series, and I'm so thankful that we have it. So that's why I hate talking negative about it. But there's a lot of things that they could change to really.
But that right there is just proof of how much you love it because you're so like invested in the character and you want to see the best things happen for it.
Yeah.
So it's not that we're sitting here dogging on it. It's just like, well, we would have done it this way as fans our whole lives.
Well, we're just criticizing it. I mean, we're just looking at it from a critical point of view because we like it. So I mean, some of it might seem like nitpicking, but it's mostly just because we know, like, especially when it comes to like Don, we know what he can do. And we want him to do the good stuff.
I mean, and if anybody's watching this on the replay and they haven't seen it, like I'm still highly suggesting anybody go watch this. Like, if you ever watched any of the movies, you don't even have to watch all the movies. If you like the original 3 Child's Play movies, I think you should give this show a chance. In terms of like new age horror, it's good. Like there isn't a lot of new age horror that still feels like it's from that time, and this does. It doesn't feel like it's been bogged down with like the nuances of like computer technology and all that. There's still a lot of practical effects. The character's still the same character. So, like it's still good. So even given all the things that we're not liking about it, I would still highly suggest anybody to go and watch the whole series.
Something I did kind of want to touch on a little bit real quick, just because I've been thinking about it for a while, was I did not think that we were ever going to see Jake's dad again.
Oh, yeah.
Episode, and they do like an emotional payoff where it's like, I know you love me and I love you, and they kind of have like a moment where and they had that hug. So it's like a nice emotional moment. I really like that. Part of me really likes that. Part of me thinks it's like it's real. Once again, it's like they have that idea, and it almost feels like they were so fast being done with it. Like it didn't feel like with how horrible Jake's dad is, that almost didn't even feel like it was enough to pay off for that closure for Jake's character.
Yeah,
but I just don't know what you guys think about that scene. I like the scene. I like the idea.
So do I. But yeah, it was done very fast and not a good payoff.
No, it was almost one of those too little, too late.
I felt it was just like added in weird. I just wasn't expecting to see him there, but I guess if that's really only place to fit him in.
Well, it's just weird too because it's like the reason why his dad is there, and they explain it like at the end of episode 7 is that Jake is like bringing different, or the medium's like, I feel more people other than just and I guess he was referring to his dad. But they explain it in such a weird way. I can't even remember it because they move past it so fast. But it's like Jake is bringing more spirits with him. It's something weird like that. And then it's like more people lie here in the White House. So it makes me wonder if like the spirit realm is strictly in the White House or if it's just everywhere in the entire world. It's like, is it the entire world or is it just certain characters carry these spirits to the White House? It's like, I wish we would have got a little bit more explaining because they went so heavy handed with that whole side of the story. I wish we would have got more explaining as to how it even worked.
Well, here's how they'll fix it in the first 15 minutes of season 4. The White House is the only haunted place, and we're not at the White House no more. No more ghosts. That's how they'll do it.
Yeah,
like
because
that's the easy fix. That's the easy fix.
I feel like,
but
I'm something else.
But I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that though.
Me too.
Yeah. That's something else that he does a lot too. He'll have like a big idea for a season, and then the next season he'll just immediately cut it off, and then it's like that. Well, you know what we did last time didn't even matter. Now we're gonna move on to something new.
Yeah, man. I was really excited. I was like, okay, cool. Chucky in the Big Apple. How's this gonna go? This is gonna be crazy. And then they were only there for one episode. That's like I see Horror Nation asks, where would you take season 4? And I don't even know. Like at the end of season 2, I was like, okay, well now they're gonna be in New York City. But I have no idea where they would take it from here. I have a theory. I really think Nika is gonna get either like prosthetic arms and legs, but I think she's going to be getting out of that wheelchair soon. And maybe the doll maker is going to make her into some kind of crazy, give her like mannequin arms and legs. I don't know, something weird. But I have a feeling Nika's getting out of that wheelchair soon.
Yeah, I want more Nika. Like this season, we had her in that flashback episode, and then we had her at the very end of episode 7. And then we had her in a little bit of 8. Like she was barely in the season, and I love her character. I wish she wasn't so sidelined.
Yeah, and then Caroline, she's been in the whole series, maybe 45 minutes, in this whole all 3 seasons. But she's like a huge part of what's going. Like they're building her up to be this big thing, and guarantee you, it's just I don't know how it's going to end, but it's going to end very quick.
Like if they don't decide to take. Wherever they take it, the season, I don't know exactly setting wise they would take it, but if they don't take it where there's some focus on the Nika character, he's heavily messing up.
Yeah,
because we need some focus and some closure on that character. And like I said earlier, an off-screen scream is a cop out for a character that. Well, maybe she's not that major, but I like her a lot.
Yeah,
to me, she's one of the 3.
Yeah, and she's not dead. She's not dead. She'll be, so like that's why
there's no gunshot. That's good.
Yeah. See, that's what I was waiting for was gunshot. I feel like, she'll be more present in season 4 if there is a season 4.
Yeah, she's like heavily promoting it on social media. Like she's going like Instagram stories and stuff. Like, guys, the idea, like what Don has pitched, or what Don has told me that he wants to do with the next season, like she's like, it needs to happen. Like, please text this number, let's renew it. So I think something's in store for her character because this is the first time she's like publicly been ready for.
She's pushing it hard because she's like, I've seen the script, and guess what? Mama gets a big paycheck, so let's sign it. Let's sign it, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, there must be something pretty big for her character.
I'm okay with that because, like I said, I like the character, and so far, I think that right now her character has the most injustice because she hasn't really been utilized. Like they cut her all of her appendages off and stuck her in a wheelchair, and she hasn't really had much use since then. You know,
Yeah.
she got to educate the kids earlier on, like the teenagers and stuff early on, but she hasn't really been very vital. But she has a lot of reason to be hostile against Chucky and be a force for Chuck, you know, a force to be reckoned with against Chucky. Like, she has a lot of personal ammunition to use.
Yeah, I mean, since
purpose
birth.
there for her just to be sitting around with like clanky arms and legs in a wheelchair where she can barely move. Like,
because she got stabbed in the womb and that's how she got paralyzed. So literally before she was even born, Chucky was already ruining her life.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can argue all day what character had it worse, either Andy or Nika. I think Nika's had it way worse. She's been dealing with Chucky
yeah.
Born. And then, you know, just throughout the series, like cutting off all of her limbs, her getting possessed by Chucky, and then like this, because like the way they did, how they do it, like the blood makes Chucky, the Chucky spirit come out, and then, or the Chucky soul appear, and then like you would like have to slap her, punch her for Nika to come back. So they, I think Don has a little thing when it comes to just abusing Nika. I think he likes putting Nika through the worst situations possible.
Yeah,
because she's kind of just, I don't know. She is really dormant, and I want her to be able to get her revenge.
I feel like she will.
Yeah, because she's been trying to get not even as much as at Chucky anymore. She's mostly been just trying to get at
Tiffany
for the last couple of seasons, because Tiffany, you know, really ruined everything.
Which is cool to have somebody actually gunning for Tiffany, and then they can have somebody else gunning for Chucky. But there's really no reason for anybody to gun for Chucky right now anymore, I guess. The only thing is that he has Caroline, but if they get Caroline back, then, you know, Chucky.
Yeah, and that whole thing with like Lexi's like, we need to get Caroline. You could tell from episode 3 that she already was full on evil. Like, she had already completely turned at that point. There was no like humanity left in her, none of like the innocence. Like, she was like pretty much a psychopath.
Yeah,
at that point.
which we knew that, and that's what pretty much annoyed me about Lexi in this second half of the season. The whole second half of the season, the one phrase that she just kept repeating is, "Where's my sister? Where's Caroline? Where's Caroline?" It's like, and we know, like, you got a little bit more plot progression there than "Where's Caroline?" We know you're looking for your sister.
Yeah,
we don't need, as the audience, to hear it every 15 minutes that you're on screen. You're asking, "Where's Caroline at?" Like, that girl made a lot of those 2 words. Where's Caroline? She made a lot of paycheck saying those 2 words.
Yeah, her yeah, it's just because you know all that, and then you already know when they find her, like, they're gonna find out there is no turning back for Caroline. She is full on Chucky's side now, Chucky's new friend to the end or whatever. So, and then obviously how the last 15 minutes played out, you know, how they just rushed everything. It didn't even feel like, it just felt like Lexi kind of was like, oh, like she just kind of accepted it and just accepted her fate at that point. You know, like, okay, I wasted all this time to try to find Caroline, and now I'm here and nothing is going to work out. Jake's not even here anymore. It's, I don't know.
That's another thing too. Like these 3 teenagers who got put in these dolls. It's like they, like, I feel like I know that like John Waters had a gun and Chucky's Chucky and what's her name, Caroline had a knife, but I'm just like, I would have fought before I got in those bodies. So I would have just,
I guess they just were like, see, this is another part of the rushing. I guess they were just like, okay, let's just accept our fates, and I guess we're dead anyway. So we're just gonna accept our fates and be put in the dolls. But we don't know that. It's all off screen.
Yeah,
you know?
Man, and they were building it up to that they were going to show us something really good. But man, they're building us up. Maybe maybe they were even just afraid to show us.
Like, I mean, I honestly, where I want season 4 to start, this is going to sound kind of stupid, but I'd like season 4 to start with showing us what was happening there. Like a flashback, like the whole first episode could be before they're in the car driving away. I'd like them to dive deeper into that. If they get a renewal for a 4th season, I would actually like the first episode to be focused on how they got the kids into the dolls. Like, show us that process then.
Yeah.
Rather than just, you know, there's more there to be seen. And I understand why he kind of had to rush it. But if we get that, how many times have it back in flashback prior to what we had already seen. So kind of show us that, like show us a struggle with the kids or how they got them, you know, because it seems to me like that was, you're right. That was like a little too easy.
Yeah. I mean, I guess unless like, see, either like their bodies that got put into or their bodies could just be like soulless. They could just have, he could just have soulless bodies stored somewhere in his house. And that might be how they get them back, is somehow get their souls out of those dolls and back into their bodies.
Yeah, where are their bodies? That's a good question.
that and it's like how like why do the dolls look like them? Like you know, like
why are their faces directly put onto the dolls? That's not how it works. That's
I know.
Like,
it's like
like Charles Lee Ray's face wasn't put on the good guy doll when he
thank God
it, you know.
Yeah, but I'm just, dude, I'm man, that when that last shot, like I feel like it was supposed to be like, I was more like, oh my, like I was like, oh my gosh, I hope no one's watching this. Like that's how I felt when they show those dolls.
Yeah,
and I had to go back and I was like, they didn't do that. They didn't do that.
Yeah.
And then when they showed like the making of, and it was, I was like, oh okay, those dolls look really good. I must have just missed something. I went back and watched it, and I was like, what happened?
Yeah, they look good.
I missed nothing.
Yeah, they look good. I don't know why they made the decision to CGI their faces over it. It just like maybe they just thought we need to actually put their faces on and it'll make it easier for fans to recognize. But like it's, you know, you see the behind the scenes, you know who is who based on just how the dolls are. The faces on the dolls are good. I don't know why they had to do that.
And they're wearing the Halloween costumes of what they were wearing in the White House.
It's a little bizarre.
I'm not a fan of that, man.
I'm not a fan of like when it gets super weird and it just feels like there are no rules anymore. Like it just feels like anything can. It feels like back in the day, at least like even though Don Mancini didn't like all the voodoo stuff, he at least tried to keep the rules. Even if he wasn't expanding on it, he was keeping it pretty grounded, and it felt like not anything could happen at any moment.
Yeah.
But now it's like it's hard to get invested in like new lore or story expansions because like anything can happen now. Literally anything can happen. And I kind of hate that it's lost my investment, but
yeah. And I know there's something cooking in Don Mancini's mind with Chucky in space. So I feel like if he does go to space, it's going to be for a very short time. Hopefully it's not a full movie. Hopefully it's not a full season. I just hope
I'd be okay if the space thing was one of those 15-minute turnarounds.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, the next season, the whole season's going to be in space, and we're going to have those.
He haunts the International Space Station.
Yeah, and for some reason, we're going to have the three teenagers and dolls the whole season. It's like, man, the one time he doesn't.
Yeah, and then they're going to try to figure out how to get to space or something. You know,
Andy goes to space. He's just going to be like in an astronaut suit on the outside of the ISS.
Yeah.
Chucky can't start these nukes. This ain't possible.
Like in the way, and they would make it to where all the main characters could somehow get there anyways. So I hope they don't do that.
I would love to see Karen Barkley and Mike Norris back.
Oh yeah.
Even if it's for like one episode.
That's something Dawn has showed a lot of interest in. I think there's a bit of a problem with Kath. I don't think she wants to come back.
I think she's kind of semi-retired. Yeah.
It might be that a paycheck thing too.
Well, that and her husband is the one who used to do the doll stuff, so he's not part of it.
Yeah, and I mean, like Sarandon coming back would be fun as Detective Norris. Like I really liked his character, so
and she wanted
him back would be cool.
Yeah, and she wanted to be in it's not season 2. She wanted to be in Child's Play 2, and there was a part written for her, and she was on set every day. She said, but they just, they could have. She could have been in there somehow, but yeah.
Yeah, because it was like a court scene, right?
Yeah, it was supposed to be a court scene, and then they ended up putting Nika in that during.
Nika in that, because Don was like, I want to recycle that plot and just use it because he wanted to do it to where like Chucky was evidence, and he was going to do that in the second movie as Chucky the doll being a part of the evidence.
Yeah,
so he got to like recycle that and use that on, which was cool.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know where you could go with it. That's
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of scared and all intrigued at the same time. But I'm even more worried at the fact that every time we've gotten a renewal for a season, it's been before the current season was over.
Mm-hmm.
And this season, he literally embedded it into part of the season as a campaign for the next season.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like kind of got me a little worried that he already kind of knows he's not getting that fourth season.
And if
why would he spend part of his budget to do like a 5-minute campaign at the end of the episode? Bring me back for another season. It's like you literally spent budget to ask to come back. So maybe he kind of already knew that he may not have the chance to come back, and that's worrisome.
And if it comes back, it's the last season because they can't they can't do that beg audience to voting. It's just that was a bad sign when they want people to save the show right now.
I mean, and honestly, how many good shows anyways last more than 3 or 4 seasons nowadays? They usually don't. Most shows just don't last that long anymore. Mm-hmm. It's like season 3 is that sweet spot as to whether a show gets like that one more season to finish it out, whether it gets canceled to not get to finish anything, or it gets renewed to become one of those shows that lasts for like 9 or 10 seasons. Mm-hmm. Like season 3 is that pivotal point for pretty much every show, it seems like.
Well, usually like season 3 is when they're at their height.
Yeah.
When shows are, the good shows.
And I don't think Chucky's necessarily at its height if they're putting Peacock 6 days later and
like season 1 did really well. That's why it was greenlit right away. And then season 2 people dropped off, during that. So, and I have a feeling people dropped off during the halfway mark, because I think people were like, no, season 3 is legit great. And then it got to the whole spirit stuff and like after
and that turned people off.
And then it turned people off. Yeah. So we're like, okay, never mind. It's going back,
Yeah. So what do you guys think of like they finally, and Don made it a big point and like behind the scenes stuff too, that Damballa actually you get to see what he looks like. You get to see him communicate with Charles Lee Ray. So do you guys think that was portrayed well? That his reveal after all this time?
Well, if Damballa is it's in his imagination, so it could be anybody. So it makes sense for it to be a Chucky doll.
Yeah, because it was like, I take the form of the one you revere the most, and he was like, since you're a pathological narcissist, here I am. Yeah. So I could bypass that. Like they weren't gonna do like the actual myth, the snake or whatever Damballa is in mythology, but
the way that they perceived him like that as like a self-reflection, I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, like that was cool. Do you guys think that, I don't know, like there's a part of it I could see where maybe it's a little silly, the way they portrayed him.
Yeah,
but
so in my mind, Damballa is always the guy who died with the voodoo with his leg broken in the first one. When I picture Damballa, that's who I picture is that guy. And when I was a little kid, I thought it was Bill Cosby.
Yeah, like I didn't hate it. I just thought it was a little goofy. Yeah. And Don was making it like such a big thing. He was like, I think fans are really gonna like seeing him for the first time.
Yeah, but you say a little goofy, and we're talking about a franchise of a talking doll.
Yeah,
a little goofy.
Yeah, it's just like Don made it such a big deal. He was like, "This is gonna be such a cool like addition. We're gonna finally see him after all this time." Yeah. Anyway, I thought it was a little underwhelming.
So what I think what Don was excited about, and what I think overshadowed it and was very exciting for me, was to see you saw Brad Dourif and the doll working together for the very first time. Yeah. And that because there's that one shot with like the blue light where it's like Charles Lee Ray's face and then Chucky's face in the same shot.
The same frame. Yeah.
Dude, I took a screenshot. I was like, this is my favorite. Like me being a diehard Chucky fan was like, that was.
Yeah. I think the iconography was cool.
Yeah.
I think that was cool.
That was like one of those moments that as a Chucky fan, you've always waited for.
Yeah. I was like, wow.
And I like the way they so the way they kind of excused why he was the Chucky doll to make it probably for like a fan service or whatever. But yeah, I feel like I wish we could have got a little bit more, since he was like since they made such a big deal about him coming into the show, I wish Damballa would have got a little bit more to do rather than just being like, I'll give you one more chance, but you got to kill as a ghost.
Yeah.
And that was it. I wish we would have got a little bit more, but I'm glad they actually like introduced his character.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you actually buy the shows when they come out on physical release?
Yeah. So I have I have like the first season I have normal Blu-ray, and then I have the Steelbook, and same with the second. I have a Steelbook and the normal release because they come out with the normal release and then a Steelbook.
Right.
So,
yeah, he's got the normal releases, and then I've seen the ones that just come out in Germany.
Yeah, I don't have those.
They're region locked, and I
Yeah.
don't do region B stuff.
Neither do
I really hope they bring something like that out over here. Those media books were sick.
Yeah, well, and they're releasing 2 more media books for season 2. Like there's one with Buff Chucky on the cover. They look really cool, but I don't like when you open it up and it's like it's in a different language. It's like, man, I would definitely buy this. But the steelbooks I have, they're from Zavi UK, and they work just fine for season 1, season 2. Maybe not season 2, but I know I have one for season 1 because it's him in front of the lockers.
So that has me a little worried too. I'm assuming there's going to be a season 3 Blu-ray DVD release, but before season 1 and 2 was even done playing, they already had pre-orders up for them on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
And there are no pre-orders or listings on Blu-ray.com or anything for season 3.
Yeah.
So that worries me a little bit, just because I notice trends as somebody that buys the stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that this isn't going to be one of those things where even if this is the end, we don't get to finish out our collection of the stuff. Like, I'm hoping that it comes out, but I also hope that they do something like those media books for all 3 seasons. Like
a little like box set.
Yeah. And do some kind of box set that puts them all together.
Yeah. I think Universal is smart and knows what it's worth. So there's a rumor of the reason why MGM will not give up the rights to the first Child's Play, because they've tried to buy it, Universal, is because they're back in the day, the VHS was their number 1 selling VHS, and they didn't want to get rid of that. Yeah. So I'm sure that's
they can always make money off that first Chucky movie. Always. I mean, how much money did Scream Factory probably have to pay them to have that one?
Oh yeah, I know.
It probably cost them just as much for the first one as it did for all the others.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
maybe not. But in hindsight, it was probably close. It was probably close to something like that. The first one, MGM was probably like, we want all the money, and Universal was like, we want nice presentations. Like, exactly. I feel like that's probably the way it was, because MGM's like that with all their properties, you know. That's why a lot of MGM stuff ends up going to Vinegar Syndrome for $60 releases. Because MGM's like, our properties are worth money. Yeah. And they have like 5 properties. Chucky and Roadhouse.
Yeah. Well, I think Amazon owns all that stuff now, so it owns MGM.
Yeah. So. Yeah, it is Amazon. So maybe Amazon will start playing nice with Chucky and Child's Play. But I doubt it. I bought that Arrow box set, and I can't even watch the first Chucky movie in it. So they're not playing very nice for the fans. But they're right. It's a ticket, because we just keep coming back and watching all the Chucky stuff, so they know they can always repackage Child Play 1 in a new box and some cool artwork or a nice steelbook or something. And we're gonna look at it. We may even buy it.
oh yeah, I buy all the releases when they re-release them. I'll buy them. Yeah, the only thing I don't do is, like, when Walmart changes the slipcovers like every season. I stop buying those, because like I don't need that, but I will when it comes out, like every 5 years if there's another anniversary edition or something.
Right. You don't need the glow in the dark green and the glow in the dark orange slipcover for the same 7 movie DVD collection they've been selling for 12 years.
That's true. Exactly.
I've noticed though that the and I'm assuming it's because of the show, the 7 film Blu-ray set has started going up in price.
Oh, has it?
It's listed on Amazon for $44.99 right now, which I believe is its list price. But every time I've ever seen it, like on a store shelf, it's been like $25.
Yeah,
for all of them on Blu-ray. But now it's looking like Amazon's trying to get that money out of it, or whoever has the right for it to sell it through Amazon.
You know, it might be because they have the expensive sets now. Like you can get it on 4K and this and that. So they're like, okay, well, here's a cheaper option. But yet it's, you know, yes, they raise the price, but it's still the cheaper option for people.
Yeah.
Which,
well, I mean, because my Arrow box set was, I consider a good deal. I got it from Orbit for I think 110.
Yeah,
and it has all of them in it. I mean, technically not the first one, but technically the first one. But it has all of them in it for that price.
Nice.
So
and plus the documentary.
they know they can get almost $50 out of the Blu-rays.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and like, you know, people nowadays, or you know, like the normal or the average person is not going to want to buy these Scream Factories for $30 each when they can go on Amazon and get a whole pack for $50. You know, that's the way better deal.
I mean, that I like Chucky, and I still waited and went the Arrow box set route.
Yeah,
to get it all in one and be done.
Oh yes, yeah, I have them both. Just because I'm a huge Chucky mark.
Yeah,
but
well, he's got the Scream Factory one starting up, and I went with the Arrow box. Kind of get the taste of all the worlds, but I think it's all the same transfers. So
yeah.
But he got lucky because he actually can watch the first one in 4K.
Yeah.
I can't watch the first one at all.
Yeah.
Like I have to buy a whole other Blu-ray player to watch it. That's the only thing that irks me about that.
I have the when Best Buy did that exclusive for the first Child's Play, that Steelbook. That's one of my favorite Steelbooks because they use the original artwork, which you hardly see the original artwork of, Aunt Maggie falling out the window.
And I believe it was Bob, one of Bob's Blu-ray streams I was on recently. Somebody pulled the Child's Play Scream Factory with the exclusive Good Guys slipcover.
Yeah, I have that too.
Dude, that was so awesome. I didn't even know they did that one. I'm like, oh, I totally missed that. That's sweet. It was like the yellow slipcover and everything. I'm like, that's cool. Yeah, I'm sure that was like a website exclusive.
Yeah, when it first came out, it was like, their bundle thing. I also have a Comic-Con exclusive. It's from like 2015 or something. The special edition Blu-ray came with like a special Comic-Con slipcover. Yeah,
I'm still hanging on to my old Blu-ray of first time in widescreen. Like the DVD that's packaged in there is the DVD from the first time they ever had a home release on widescreen.
Yeah.
So I think it was the very first Blu-ray of the movie. I think it's the 20th anniversary, possibly. So 2008, 2009, something like that. But it's still the movie. So, but yeah, I don't know, man. I'm kind of excited to see where it might go. I'm a little worried because of the way they had to end the season, basically campaigning for more screen time. That's a little worrisome.
Yeah,
like kind of like they know they're not getting it, but they're going to try anyways.
But it's going to come back no matter what. Like it'll be in movie form or in TV form. Chucky will be back. I just hope it's sooner rather than later because Brad Dourif is getting much older, and he is Chucky to me. I don't really want to hear anybody else voice him.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of feel I kind of feel like we want that fourth season because the way that Don Mancini's kind of said, hey, I have a plan for a fourth season and a movie, but guess what? If the show gets canceled, I can kind of close my book on that because the movie's gonna go it's not going to be in tandem with the show. It can be kind of over here in its own thing. But I feel like if he gets the show and he gets the movie, they're going to run together and be all one because he's always done that with Chucky anyways. And I'd much rather everything just kind of stay in line and just kind of flow.
Well,
he obviously has some kind of plan if he says he does.
So the thing about it is the Chucky series usually is on October. That's when it thrives. That's when they usually do it. They usually have a trailer come out the end of July. So there's like I don't know what they're doing. If they were going to have the season and they wanted to do the October route, they would definitely have made the announcement already and would have gotten things rolling, because they would want that October release because they think more people are going to watch it during October.
Yeah. Now, what's crazy is we're sitting here talking about this, and I think NBC is one of the few that still haven't announced all their cancellations and renewals for next season.
Mm-hmm.
They could come out with that information tomorrow or like Tuesday or something. Hey, we're renewing these shows and canceling these ones, and Chucky could be on that docket to get the renewal.
Yeah, and it might be because next week is like their series finales for stuff. Because I know like Young Sheldon ends next week, and Young Sheldon CBS. I'm sorry. So
well, yeah, but it's still like this is still the season, season of things ending still. So, and I think CBS is one of the only networks that have announced what's coming and going, because they kind of canceled like some CSI shows and renewed some, and we already knew Big Bang, or not Big Bang, but Young Sheldon was leaving, and they announced that they were doing a spinoff for Young Sheldon next season. So CBS is really the only ones that are announcing their plans for the fall. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of why I'm still a little hopeful for Chucky, because when I think about NBC and Universal and just like sci-fi and USA, at the end of the year, once they lose WWE, what does USA have? What does USA have?
It's going to be a huge blow to them, losing wrestling.
Like they're going to lose wrestling, and they're going to give up their only horror icon that they have to utilize. Like what would be left for the USA Network at that point? Because besides those two things, all they do is play CSI runs.
And that's true.
Or Law and Order runs, or whatever it is, whatever that show is. You know, like I'm more worried about the fact that they may not want to bring Chucky back when now could be a perfect time, because that might be all they really have to lean on. And it could end up being their strongest property once they lose wrestling.
Yeah, because wrestling, I'm sure, is their strongest property that brings, like, there's no off season. Somebody's always there. That's why, like, dude, Netflix getting this, they're gonna win this streaming war, because they're not gonna have somebody who just they're not gonna have somebody who's gonna stream a show and then cancel. They're gonna have somebody who's gonna come back every Monday to watch this, so they're not gonna cancel. You know,
I mean, Raw is the longest running syndicated show, live broadcast show of all time. I guess the longest running one. And Netflix gets that. And the only thing that I'm a little kind of like, okay, how are they really going to do this, is that Netflix doesn't have commercials. So how is WWE going to work around the whole we're live with no commercials? That's going to be what I think that pivot for the brand. But I'm really interested in seeing what USA does, because
they have to.
The only time me as a person, the only time I've ever cared about USA is when wrestling was on, until they got Chucky.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like as a 90s kid, we had Raw on USA. Mm-hmm. And that's what I cared about for USA. When it left USA and went somewhere else for a while, Spike or something like that.
Spike,
Guess what? I left USA and I went to Spike because I followed wrestling. I didn't stay on USA and watch whatever they put in its place.
Yeah, because because you're going to Spike and now you're seeing commercials for things on Spike. So now you're going to watch whatever's on Spike TV. You forget about USA because you're just not watching that channel or anything, you know?
So like, I'm kind of hoping that NBC, Universal, whatever the company, you know, that's the whole same company.
Yeah.
I'm kind of hoping that they're not kind of in this whole, we're in a corner and we're scared, so we're about to cancel everything and just shoot a whole bunch of new ideas at the dartboard and see what sticks, because we're about to lose property in wrestling, so we can't lean on like Chucky as much. And like the only thing that they have renewed so far is Ted. Ted got renewed today on Peacock.
I still want to see that. Yeah. It looks funny.
Oh my god, I love season
and Ted's awesome. Like, I'm very happy that it's getting renewed, but that's the only thing that NBC has come out and said is renewed, and that's mainly because Seth was already announcing it, you know, like he didn't care. Seth MacFarlane, and that dude, he could pretty much, he's kind of like Don Mancini. He can speak whatever he wants to about his franchise, and it's not going to harm it any more than it's already harmed. You know what I mean? Like, if you like it or you don't like it, you're not going to like it less or like it more based on what the creator is about to talk about or do with it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Was it you that sent me a picture of Dr. Giggles poster in Ted season
Yeah.
one? Okay, yeah. That's cool.
Yeah,
I do
because they're in they're in like a Blockbuster and they have all these posters up. They had a Chucky 2 poster, and right next to the Chucky 2 poster was a Dr. Giggles. I'm like, dude, Cody would be loving this right now. It's Chucky 2 and Dr. Giggles in the same shot. Like, this is nuts.
Yeah,
But
I definitely want to see that.
Was for us. Like, that's true. Like, at one point, you walked into a Blockbuster and those 2 posters were up and they were renting Sonic 2 on the Genesis.
Yeah.
That was very time accurate. That's what I loved about the TED show. It's set in the early 90s and it's super accurate. So it just pulls you all in with all the nostalgia. Yeah, so if you like the movies and you like that and you like Seth MacFarlane's humor,
I do.
It is basically the live action Family Guy.
Dang. Yeah,
they get away with
a lot more
stuff than what I expected them to get away with on TV.
Yeah. I'll definitely check it out.
Let's see what we got. Chucky is safe on Peacock. Man, I hope so, Eric C. Thanks for joining in, man. I know you were on that last live stream we did. He said he's a big Chucky fan. He's been into Chucky a long time, like we have.
Oh, okay.
He is a big Chucky fan. That's how he found my channel. Was catching our live stream. He was the one that was asking if we were going to get into more of the lore and everything, or if we were just going to stick with the season 3. And I'm like, no, I think we're just going to do like season 3 synopsis and how it kind of goes in with everything kind of deal. It's just full Chucky discussion. But yeah, he's real into Chucky, but I'm not so. I'm still a little skeptical if he's right about that. I don't know if it's so safe in Peacock.
Yeah.
And do they exist in the same universe?
I don't. Well, I remember there was a commercial where Chucky was watching wrestling. Remember the commercial? He's like, "What's on?" "I'm watching Raw" or whatever. And then and then they have Alexa Bliss.
I think what he's talking about is like the when Liv Morgan came
on. Oh yeah, Alexa Bliss. I meant.
But
I remember that. I remember that that was season 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, when they did like that weird. Which I did not like that either, but that's just more of me like not liking all the weird stuff when he had like his talk show or whatever. So I won't say they exist in the same universe, but they probably do. But I think that was just for the bit.
I mean, he breaks the fourth wall a lot and becomes pretty meta quite a bit anyway.
Yeah, that was one thing I did like. I like when Chucky was watching TV and he was watching all the doll movies. And then and then Annabelle, like it kind of put that whole thing to bed about them being in, they're in the same universe, but you're not going to get them in a movie together.
Yeah, he was like, look at this bitch. She's still on my moves.
Yeah, that was cool.
And he's all cripple and stuff. He ain't able to dance. Like, come on, Chucky.
Yeah. And it was also cool to see when they were in the Rum World or whatever. They were sitting there watching like clips of like Child's Play 2, and they actually what is it? Not GMC. Damn, what the hell is there? What MGM let them use clips of the first Child's Play. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I thought that was pretty interesting.
Honestly, that was probably one of the bigger highlights of the whole season for me, was that whole setting in the theater there where you had all the different Chuckies, and he basically had to reflect on his whole being.
Yeah,
they had all the different versions. They even had Fiona coming in there playing the young one.
Yeah, I like their interaction that they had. It was like a father-daughter acting scene, like acting moment. So I like that that was definitely payoff for them too, to be able to act together on screen. And I just like I thought the whole conversation was pretty fun too. Like, I don't feel like it was just fan service. Like, it was a good, I like the between them two.
Yeah. We talked about that earlier. There are a lot of Chuckies. So for there to be a different one that's fourth wall breaking, surprising.
Yeah, it's just kind of like the character himself. Yeah.
Okay, so if they have to go the movie route, name one rapper you want in the movie that's gonna die. Because if they're gonna go to the theater, they're gonna bring a rapper in to kill him, right? Isn't that the MO for Chucky to go to the theater?
I don't know, man. I still like LL Cool J, and I want LL Cool J to come back for Halloween.
Yeah, that would be all right, because he actually survived.
Yeah, dude. So I know this is off topic, man. When I was a kid, I thought it was really cool to see Busta Rhymes whoop Michael Myers' ass. Dude, I don't know. I was, man, that's so cool. But I haven't.
It's awesome, and then you watch it as an adult, and it's like, oh my god, that's so corny. Like this dude's killed so many people and walked through fires, and this dude's gonna kill him with a broomstick. But as a kid, dude, it's so cool, isn't it? And Busta Rhymes was like the hot thing then too.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, when it comes to rappers, I don't really know newer rappers. So
me neither.
I don't know.
They could always bring Redman back.
I wouldn't put it past him to bring Redman back.
He's like, I reuse all my actors, remember?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, man. I'm kind of excited to see where it could go, but I'm not. I don't know the way the season ended and everything, and the way that they pushed so hard for like a political run almost.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so like skeptical that we're getting anything else for a while, which kind of sucks.
Well, if it comes back, like I said, it's going to come back for one more season. And I think it'll just be to tie it up. But I don't think it's going to come back. I really don't. It would have been.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it does. But if it does, I want Don Mancini to do one thing. Know that that's your last season.
Mm-hmm.
Wrap up all your stories. Don't leave things like dangling at the end for like cliffhangers. We don't. If you're going to get one more season, we already know that's the last one. Tie it up. So that way, if you're going to do a standalone movie, you can do your standalone movie still, but like tie it up. I mean, he kind of tied things up now, but there's still some things that are like questionable.
It's how he always does it every season. He leaves like it always is like the last 5 minutes of the episode is when there's like some loose ends. Like he always introduces something right at the tail end of the episode, and then you got like 3 loose ends.
Yeah, where it's like, where this could be more future story. Yeah. I want him to know that if he gets that 4th season, that this is going to be where he wraps up these 3 kids and the story of Chucky and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So that way we get to a point where, because as fans, we're ready for Chucky to be back on the big screen.
Yeah,
we're ready to see him in the theater. But has he earned that with where he is in story right now?
Yeah.
You know,
well,
like, have we earned? Like,
so
where he's going next, has he
Yeah.
earned a theater hour and 45-minute long movie from where we stand at right now? I don't think so.
No.
I think there's too many loose ends to make a good front to back story that doesn't rely on you watching the show, because that's something that you're going to have to do too. When you make a movie, it's going to have to be standalone.
So
people will not see the movie if you have to do all that research ahead of time.
And that's the thing. I think if they do another movie, we're not seeing those 3 kids anymore. Like all those, everybody who was at that house, they're going to stay at that house. They're not even going to go to that house if they do a movie. So Nico probably won't be in the next movie. What they'll do is they'll focus on a new story. I think the only connection will be is Caroline. And that's probably it. If anything, they're going to send Chucky to some other house like they did in Curse.
I mean, he did a good job of being able to go either way with it.
Mm-hmm.
But as a Chucky fan, I think the way that he ended season 3, I'm not so sure if the character has earned the right for an hour and a half, 90-minute, 100-minute movie yet. Because where they have to start the story from in a movie, you would have to watch the 3 seasons to know who that girl is. I mean, of course, they can do a recap and all that at the beginning of the movie, but that's kind of tacky for a movie to do a recap of the TV show. And,
I know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. That'd be
not
weird.
really what I want to see as somebody that's been watching Chucky my whole life. I've been watching him pretty much my whole life. That's not really what I want to see. As like, I don't want them to finish off this TV show. Obviously, yes, they can put all that in a box and kind of go with it. But if I was coming into this movie, I'd be like, who the hell is this little girl driving these dolls around?
Yeah.
Like, what happened between, if I only watched the movies, what happened between Cult and now for this to make any sense? And if he gets that 4th season, he can fix all that and make it to where you could skip the whole show and just watch movie to movie. Because some people won't watch a TV show.
Oh yeah,
to get
I know
clearance for the movie.
I know a lot of people who have not seen the show at all, and they like the franchise.
And they would watch
just watch TV show. Yeah,
as soon as it comes, they're movie watchers.
Yeah.
But that's gonna. I think that harms the potential of a next movie if he doesn't finish this off the right way or doesn't figure out what to do with Caroline quite right. Like so, I hope for a fourth season, and I don't think it should be any shorter than 8 episodes because I already feel like TV shows that 8 episodes a season is already injustice to a show, anyways. You know, like 8 episodes ain't enough to tell a good, compelling story most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Chucky's done pretty good season by season so far.
Yeah,
but
like I said,
I miss TV shows being like 13 and 20 episodes a season, you know, and having like a lot of chunky content.
Yeah.
Now it's like each season is like a mini series kind of deal. So,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Let's see, what's he say? As an adult, I think it's cool or just funny. Let them have their fun. Yeah. I'm kind of down for that. Like, I just want them to have fun. I do just like the fact that we have Chucky. Like, having Chucky is better than not at all.
Oh yeah, and having him with
I've been saying
Brad Dourif.
Yeah. I've been saying this. Dawn can never make a proper ending because it means the franchise is actually ending, which is something fans, Dawn, and studios don't want. Makes money for them.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
I don't.
But there's got to be an ending to like the show.
Yeah,
so that way the movies can continue.
Yeah, see, these franchises are never going to end. Chucky will be around for forever, whether we like it or not.
Yeah, like I'm not saying this is the end of Chucky and we're never getting any Chucky. Mm-hmm. I just think this could be the end of the show and we may not get a final good wrap up of this particular story.
Yeah,
and I feel like as a Chucky fan, I'd still like to see that.
And so if they do a show, we'll get more Chucky material sooner. If they do a movie, it could be another 5 years. And yeah, like I said, I don't. Brad Dourif is getting older, so it's like. Hopefully we have another 5 years, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he could go ahead and record a whole bunch of lines ahead of time and then he could sell his likeness to his voice to them. So that way his daughter's always paid and she can kind of oversee the projects and come in and play the younger him. And they could do that. They could. I really hope that that's not the route they go, but I'm sure there's enough dialogue that he spoke that they can pretty much computer generate any phrase they need to now and still technically use his voice.
Yeah, you know? But would it sound?
It's a sad truth of technology.
It wouldn't sound the same. There's always that little off with.
Well, and because we know that as he's sitting there and recording it and interacting and speaking the lines, he is performing the lines. As Chuck, when he's doing the Chucky stuff, he's performing the lines. If they get to where they just take old performances and try to mix them together, fans of the franchise are probably going to notice that it's like a robotic type of voice. Mm-hmm. But that's kind of where Hollywood's, I think, trying to go, because I know like Bruce Willis sold his likeness. He's going to be allowed to be in movies after he's passed, where they just computer generate him into movies. So like that's the route they're going to try to go, and there is no other Chucky. It's Brad Dourif. Mm-hmm. So, and sadly, I think that like higher ups of companies like Peacock, Universal, whatever the parent, whatever the company is that actually says that they own Chucky. I know it's Universal, but whatever the one that's speaking for Chucky all the time publicly, they could say whatever they wanted to about it, so.
Yeah,
they could say, well, the fans don't want this, and we're going to do it this way, or well, the fans are ready for this. We're going to go ahead and do it, and he signed off on the likeness rights, and then they could just go ahead and just produce whatever they wanted to, because they kind of own the franchise still. At this point, I think that I know Don Mancini created it, but somewhere I thought I heard along the lines that they just kind of let him still work on it. Mm-hmm. Like it's still all owned by Universal, so they could just fire everybody and just do whatever they wanted to do. If it really came down to it.
Universal could. They really could, but they're being nice and letting him do it. And what's his name? Not Kevin Yeager, but the producer. It's like a family that they. So I forgot what the producer's name is. Same guy who did like Five Goes West and stuff like that. can't think of his name. David Krishner. David Krishner is his name. So he always brings them back, and I think he's the one that puts most of the money into it.
Yeah, him and Don are like buddies now. They love the franchise equally.
And he was like, any movie they make can ignore the show. Every movie that's ever been connected to a show does that, except for the fact that Don Mancini says everything is canon.
Yeah,
so I don't think he would ever do that because of how much he's spoken on how everything is so canon.
They'll just be little Easter eggs. They won't focus on it, but they'll be like maybe he's looking at the paper or something, and kids miss it.
Yeah.
That's
and I know that I know that they could make the movie and they could ignore the show and all that, but as a movie watcher and a TV, like as a film enthusiast, I'm one of those people that I don't want to go into a movie without knowing the things that came before it. And there's a lot of people that like movies like that, but they don't. But then they look and they see, oh God, there's 25 hours of a TV show. I have to do this research. That's why, like nowadays,
they stop putting numbers.
Yeah, I mean, most people won't get into Marvel movies now because the research is 30 movies and 10 TV shows before you can watch the newest movie. So that's why the Marvel stuff's dying off like it is, because the crowd that was going to those kind of got bored with it, and they can't draw new people in because you have to do so much research to get into it.
Yeah.
And that's what that's why I really hope they can take the TV show, kind of finish it off, and they could do a movie where the movie would make sense for even the fans that followed all the show, and they wouldn't feel like we wouldn't feel like we were burned for liking the show and wanting the show to be a part of it. And it would also make sense, even if you didn't watch it, you could just go from the 7 movie collection right over to movie number 8. But everything that happened in the show still kind of makes sense to those characters, and like their character development still would make sense. So you would get, as a viewer, you would get like extra little pats on your back for knowing things, and getting the little Easter eggs. But there's been some things that have happened in this show that I feel like they can't just ignore, because he doesn't ignore things. Don doesn't. Everything to him is canon, and everything that has happened to Chucky has happened. It continues to be something that's happened. It's all lore to him. Yeah. So there's been some major things that's happened in this season. I just don't think that they could ignore. They can't ignore Chucky going to the spirit world. Like, I mean, they can, but like, if something happens and like in a movie, and it's like, well, I watched the show, he could just go to the spirit world and change that. That's a thing now. You know what I mean? They can't just kind of ignore that unless they tie it up to where it's like in the 4th season, Chucky's lost the ability to go to the spirit world somehow. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like there's just things that, as like, maybe I'm thinking too deep of it, but this is me. That's like, I've watched Chucky for 35 years of my life. Like, so to me, I think about these things.
Yeah.
And I know I can't be the only one.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm curious to hear what Tristan thinks what a season 4 would be.
I honestly, I don't know. I like the potential of where we could go. Like with Chucky and Tiffany riding off or whatever, because like I said, I feel like that could be good setup for a movie. They could be riding off to a completely different storyline, like what you guys were saying. So, I think there's decent potential there, but the way, like I said, the way they ended this, for the hardcore fans who've been watching this, I feel like they're going to have a really hard time investing themselves into whatever's next, whether it be a season 4, whether it be another movie, just because like its franchise right now is on shaky grounds. So I don't really know where they would take it. This is easily probably one of the most open-ended, because we don't even know like location-wise. Usually like they kind of have a location or something. You kind of know like where you're supposed to be heading. We have no idea where Chucky and Tiffany are heading off to. So it leaves it really, really, really open-ended.
Yeah, because we have no idea where John Waters' house was.
Yeah, we don't even know. It's just in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, we don't know where it was. Unless they did say that, but I'm pretty sure they were just like, oh yeah, I know that guy. And then they did like research on him to figure out where he was. Well, obviously, Chucky apparently, and then now that we're at this point, I do want to circle it back around to, I guess Chucky, this is his plan the entire time, is the way they described it. It's a contingency plan. Just, this is a plan that they're like, okay, we hope we can get this to work. So I'm going to drop Caroline off here. I'm going to go to the White House. And he knew he was aging, but he had no idea of the spirit realm.
Mhm.
So he knew he was aging, and he heard from the doctor that he was going to die forever. Oh,
Mhm.
well, no, because the doctor did not tell him about the spirit realm. So he had no idea. Chucky had no idea. When he died, he thought he was going to die forever, and he was going
Forever.
to set off the nukes and be happy and die happy.
He wanted
But
to leave his name behind. That's what he wanted. He
yeah,
wanted to leave a mark. He wanted to be the great
but
serial killer.
but
That
But
was the whole like.
yeah,
but how though? If that happens, it's not gonna be okay. Hey guys, the killer doll did this. Like
yeah. It's like
nobody
he
would have
has that,
known.
it's like he has that plan to leave his name behind. But then it's been a plan this whole time for him to get inside somebody's body, get to John Waters' house, get inside the original good guy doll, so Caroline could be there. Because I guess Caroline just knows that he was going to go, or that Chucky was going to go into Jake, because without anything, like even in the house, he wasn't given any signs of him
Oh
being Chucky, no
yeah.
direct signs. And Caroline's like, "Oh, nice perm,"
Oh,
like she just knows.
that's true.
But like I said earlier, it's so dependent on Jake going into the spirit realm, and Chucky couldn't have known that he was going to do that.
That's true. That's
So
very true. Yeah.
there's so many plot holes, and I didn't even think too hard about it. I just noticed, I was like, well, if this is part of the plan, then why because Chucky had no idea.
Yeah, but you know what though? Didn't they hint? I don't mean to interrupt you about that. But didn't they hint at one point? Didn't they hint at one point that Chucky thought that Lexi would follow him into the afterlife so that way she could find her sister? So he was actually planning on it being Lexi. I think that was actually hinted at.
And
Yeah,
I think, so what I think is maybe Chucky's like, if these 3 kids show up here, I'm one of them because nobody knows you're here, kind of thing.
Yeah,
because they did show up. Yeah.
Yeah, it still just leaves so many plot holes though, because the doctor does tell him that he's gonna die. He can't, transfer his soul. This is his last vessel. So all he knows is he's gonna die off. Like I said, he doesn't know about the spirit realm.
Yeah.
So he going to? It's just there's a lot of. I guess he assumed that once he got his 4 sacrifices, that he was going to go into a new doll, but at the same time, it's like when he took that mask off, he thought he was going to look like in mint condition again and not look like he was aging. So once again, that just kind of adds another plot hole. I think that's the problem with the writing. I don't think they really thought all that through. They try to have it be like kind of cool reveals for like that last bit of the final episode, but it just, like I said, you don't even have to think that hard about it to notice, like, well, how did they know that all of this was going to happen? Especially when Chucky didn't even know that he was going to be that he had a chance of coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
it was set up with a lot of coincidentals.
Yeah,
it was set up with a lot of coincidentals.
Yeah,
it just so happened to happen. Like
I just hate when he was our contingency plan worked like a charm, and it's like, well, how was that even a plan when you thought you were gone forever after you had died, and they had all this apparently set up before? That doesn't work for me. That just makes me don't hate the final 15 minutes even more.
Well, and that's only going to circle back to the only point that I've made that gives me the only forgiveness of this is the writer's strike. They may not have actually had good writers to help kind of finish filling this out, because all of our problems are in these last 4 episodes, and we don't know how much of these 4 were finished being written before the writer's strike happened. And then they only had, if you think about it, the writer's strike didn't end until like the early December. So they didn't have much time to squeeze out the rest of the writing and finish filling in the gaps. I don't know if it's nearly as much Don Mancini's issue as it is the Writers Guild issue and who they were able to get back for writers on such quick notice, because Universal was probably like, we need to get this show pumped out.
Yeah,
we need to get it finished. So I don't know how much of it we can really blame on Don, and except for the fact that he has in the past given us the same type of deal, done this before to us in the past. So yes, but I also try to give him the benefit of the doubt of the fact that he was given a bad bone with the writer's strike.
Well, here's the thing, and you can't. I mean, like, unless they obviously made him change story details, was the whole season was already written. They had filmed the first 7 episodes before the strike had even happened. They had filmed most of part 2 of what ended up being part 2. So the whole season was already written before the writer's strike, because the writer's strike came along and they could still film it, but then the actor strike hit and then they had to stop all
yeah,
production.
but there's also this thing too, okay, that as a creator, if you're okay, Don Mancini, he's the creator, right? As the creator, he sat for 3 months at his house thinking about this story that was in his mind. He hadn't actually got to present it yet. These ideas just changed in his mind. Like, if as a creator, you sit there for 3 months with these ideas, they change.
Well, it depends.
Like,
it depends.
You know what I mean?
If
Like,
the
he
studio,
could have sat there and had these ideas kind of change on him, and then he could have also had writers come in that didn't really work along with those ideas that were that changed in his mind, sitting there stewing on this. Plus, you also have executive producers telling him, "Hey, you also have to be able to do this, this, and this in this time manner as well." There's a lot of things that we just don't know as being on this side of the camera.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, being on the TV side of it.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to say that it's all Don. The problem is that he has messed up enough times when we know he's had full creative control that we can blame him and that be the easy out. But we also have to remember that this season had a lot of roadblocks kind of just thrown in their way that were not planned.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I put a lot of the blame on Don because he had to have thought from the very beginning that this is how he wanted it to all like crescendo to the finale. Was it all was gonna, because the whole season's like, where's my sister? Where's my sister? They slowly build up the Chucky dying thing or the Chucky aging thing. So I think it's more of a thing where it just wasn't thought out well enough for it to all make sense. Because he wanted to do it and he wanted to throw these ideas in, but he didn't know how to correlate it well to where we could have it make sense of him getting to John Waters' house and getting himself back into the doll. I just don't think he thought it through well enough.
Yeah, it's like a Curse of Chucky. He didn't know if they were going to get another movie, so that's why they added 2 end credit scenes. They're like they threw in Andy one last time just in case we never saw Andy again. So that's why he's known to do that.
So I guess this could be a hot take, and this is, like I said, this is coming from me. I am a fan. What if Don's never had like plans? He just goes into every movie just blind. He's like, we're on set, we're just gonna have fun. What if that's what is always his plan when he gets behind the camera? And he's like, we're just having fun. I don't care contingencies. I don't care about none of that. I just want to have fun because they're giving me the money to do it. What if that's always been the case with him?
That's not how the business.
Watching all these behind the scenes interviews, the thing that he always mentions is every iteration of Chucky, every time he comes back, every new season, new movie, he wants it to be different. He always wants it to not even feel remotely similar. He wants to keep it fresh. So I think, and then he also, one of the major things he said about this season was, he's like, I've had the idea of Chucky aging for probably like 6 or 7 years, but he's like, when you sit around for 30 plus years, or coming up on 40, when you sit around for decades, you have a lot of time to think about just all these different scenarios Chucky can be in. So it's probably a thing where he's like, you know what, we can kind of just throw all this together and then add these different aspects to it.
It's just like one of those things where I don't think he's thinking about what comes after. He's thinking about what he's working on right there in the moment. And the only bad thing about that is I feel like maybe even going, like, when you go into a movie like that, that's fine. Movies are made to be standalone, one-time experiences type of deal. But I feel like he may have went into this season as filming every single episode like that. I don't care what's coming in the next episode because we're right here in the moment. We're living in this episode.
I definitely think this season was his way of doing a ghost story, where like he said that his haunted house episode. I know that he wants to do like he talked about a couple years ago, he wanted to put Chucky on a train, see how that worked. You got Chucky on an airplane. I'm sure you can put Chucky anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. What was I going to say? I totally spaced. I had something I was thinking of, but I totally spaced it. But yeah, I don't know. in terms of like directions where we can go with this new season, I just kind of hope, since it seems like we're back to the Chucky and Tiffany doll, I hope we maybe get like a Bride of Chucky type of thing.
Yeah.
Type of situation. I think that could be pretty fun. But if I don't know, it just all depends on where we take the season or movie or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I really like the idea of it just kind of becoming more simple again, because I feel like the last 2 seasons we've just been doing like really high concept, like these crazy wild ideas just for fun.
Yeah.
So I hope we kind of like, if we are just going to take it back to Chucky and Tiffany, it's just going to be kind of more of a kind of Child's Play 1 through like Bride of Chucky, just more of a simple story, you know, just about him killing people and not with all these different crazy aspects added onto it.
Yeah. So what if he doesn't do the TV show, he does the next movie, and his whole idea of getting Chucky and Tiffany back together, he's about to do his Don Mancini's True Romance, like a love story kind of movie, like, and we get that with Tiffany and Chucky. They just go on a sprawl, just being lovers in a fleet of murder, you know, in a fleet of violence.
Well, I have to think too. Like, I feel like, you know, we don't know where Chucky and Tiffany are going, but they could possibly be going to get Gigi, because, you know, Chucky was like, I miss Gigi, and then Tiffany was like, we're going to be a family again. So maybe they're driving off to go get Gigi, and then it's like you kind of have like a whole, maybe like another Seed of Chucky type movie. But I don't think Don's going to pull those same cards again. I think he's going to do something different with it. But it might be like a Seed of Chucky reiteration.
And I can see that too, because isn't Gigi supposed to be in London or something? Is that where they going? So I can see Chucky going to London,
and that'd be a different location for him. Now, I think they'd bring Gigi back for the pure fact that now they could split them into 2 dolls. We could get a Glinda doll and a Glenn doll. But if they bring back just the character in a sense, Universal is all about, okay, Spirit Halloween's about to get 6 new dolls. Yeah. Like, it's going to be marketing out the wazoo for it, because we're going to get new Tiffany dolls, new Chucky dolls. We're going to get new Glenn dolls. And if there's a Glinda doll, we'll get a Glinda doll. Or if there's just an all-new Gigi doll.
I don't think that Gigi's going to split up, because that's undoing something that
he's done. Yeah.
That he's done. And that's something that is much deeper than just the character. There's a lot of people out there who, you know, like Gigi represents a lot of people.
It's always been like Gigi's always been one person.
Yes. But so has never felt whole, because, you know, they couldn't be themselves. Now Gigi is themselves. And that, you know, that represents a lot of people. You know,
so I think that could actually be a way that they bring a new doll, and then that would be a way that Universal would use it for like marketing and more merchandise, and because obviously we eat up the merchandise, you know. So,
well, they had
introducing a new doll and bringing Tiffany back gives them a whole lot more.
They could have introduced 3 new dolls, but instead they did some CGI weird shit with Jake and
I don't know. Yeah. And we would have bought those ones if they weren't CGI'd all to hell.
Yeah. Either they're gonna make it better, or they're gonna kind of pretend like it didn't happen and just do what they should have done, and just keep it like the faces that are on there, and maybe just like CGI the mouths moving, if anything, if they want that effect.
Man, you know what they should have done? They just should have done like stop motion or claymation for their face.
Yeah, like that would have been cool.
That would have been a lot better than what they had.
Yeah,
because they basically CGI'd the whole doll at that point.
Dude, it wasn't even like CGI'd. It looked like they just like cut out their heads, like, you know, like they filmed their faces and just kind of like pasted it on their face. Like it's something I could have done. Like I could have done that at home. Like, you know.
Yeah,
we do it with thumbnails right now. Like, come on.
Like, you know, it was bad, man. That was really bad. Overall, though, the season was good season, but I think my favorite season is number 2. Sorry, not number 2, number 1, then number 3, and then number 2. Yeah, how about you guys?
Yeah, I would say 1, 2, or 1, 3, and 2.
Mm-hmm.
2 almost made it to where I didn't care about season 3 coming back. Yeah, because it was just so. It felt so much like Seed of Chucky.
Yeah, it felt like Don getting all of his weird Seed of Chucky isms back into the franchise again, which is something I really liked when they brought this season back. Was it feels like at least they just reeled it back in again, and it felt at least somewhat serious. So that was one of my major compliments going into the season, because that literally almost killed that did kill season 2 for me, but it kind of killed potential as well.
So I think we're all three in agreement. 1, 3, 2 for our rankings on them, which is not bad. I mean, 3 seasons in, you would expect it's either going to get continuously better or continuously worse, but it kind of did this thing where it was good, it kind of got like not so good, and then it got better and stayed decent enough until that last 15 minutes. So most TV shows can't even pull that off, so
yeah.
Eric C
likes 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
he likes it like that,
chronological.
I mean, fair enough. Hey, I ain't gonna knock nobody's
yeah, I mean, I could see
nobody's ranking on that. There should be 2 separate Chuckies, one for TV and another for a movie, all existing in the same canon. I mean, they could do that if they wouldn't have just let go of all the Chuckies.
Well, isn't this the last good guy doll now?
This is the last one now.
Yeah, now we're officially to the last one, unless they pull some other.
Yeah, they're gonna. Oh, actually, there's another person who has the last.
Yeah, because they've done that. That was one of my big problems of season 2, and I hated that reveal that Chucky was the Bell doll, and when he went to wipe off the makeup. I just thought that was so
yeah.
I didn't like that. I was like, really, this because I think there was 3 different times, and with 3 different dolls, he was like, I'm the last one. If you kill me, I'm gone forever. And they just kept pulling that card so many times, and that's something else that made investment hard with season 2. Was like, I'm the last one, and then they just kept pulling more contrivances. So yeah, I like that it was back to one doll, and then even at the beginning of the season, they're like, apparently there's only one more left, and it was the one that he was in. But now we find out that there was actually one more, because there's always just one more doll.
Yeah, I mean, but this one's like the prototype, right?
Yeah, this
so
is
he literally
prototype.
has the very last.
Yeah,
he's in the last.
Yeah, but you never know. There might be somebody who has one up in their attic somewhere. You just
And there might even still be a factory in New Mexico with them in a stack of 5 or 6 pallets.
Yeah.
There was a whole factory at one point. So.
Yeah, well, they said the John Waters character, he also said that he luckily I kept the prototype of the Belle doll too. So that means there's only one more of those Tiffany dolls, which I don't really care as much about that either. But apparently there's only one more of those. So that means only one more Tiffany doll.
Maybe they did that to put us at ease, to be like, okay, they're finally in their bodies, and then we can finally put weight on these now.
Like there's going to be actual consequences.
Yeah. So maybe that was something to put the fans at ease. I doubt it, but you never know.
I mean, hell, there's a doll right here. He could just come back in this doll right here. Yeah. Chucky's always coming back.
I come back eventually, where it's like they're like the new generation, like the new line or whatever. Like they made a whole new line of dolls, and they're like trying to kind of like how Child's Play 3, how they were like trying the corporation was like falling off, and they were going to try to reinvigorate it with putting the good guys back on the market. Exactly. I feel like they might do something like that again,
especially now in like the
kind of reset everything.
Yeah.
So did they mention anything about his Catholic magic went away when he went to the spirit realm? Is that something that Eric's just like catching on, or did they say something about that?
Well, okay, he said he was like, I'll give you one more chance and you can kill as a ghost. And Charles Lee, right, he was like, so they'll take the Catholic cooties away too. And he was like, impress me, put on a show, and I'll see what I can do. Okay, and that's where they left it.
Okay, so Eric actually caught that, because I didn't catch that little tidbit of it'll get rid of my Catholic cooties too. So all right, cool, dude. Yeah, see,
which means he can now transfer his soul, and Don Ball is back in his favor.
Yeah, I totally spaced that whole comment, but that comment right there, you get a whole takeaway from that one comment.
What is this?
I totally missed it.
Yeah.
Chucky on a plane train sounds like an awesome idea for a quick one-off movie.
Well, Don said he always this is like way back when he did Curse. He did like an interview, and he said he always wanted to do like a thriller on a train.
Yeah,
he's had that idea for a while.
So instead of snakes on a plane, it's going to be dolls on a plane. Or let's see what. Oh, okay. They left everything ambiguous on purpose. When the time comes to finally explain it, they will. Well, I know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we know that. But see, our biggest complaint is the explanations are always done and forgiven within 15 minutes.
Yeah, they don't let anything
Like they
breathe.
don't like commit to anything. That's the problem. Like there's all these things right now at the end of season 3, and what are they going to commit to? Because they could literally ignore all of it. Like they could erase everything they did in the first 15 minutes of season 4, and then it's like we're starting fresh again. Because he's not really committing to anything like that most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
See what we got. What if Nika gets a doll and it's a girl version of the good guys? She could split her soul and carry the doll around.
Well, isn't the girl version of the good guys the Bella dolls?
Yeah,
Isn't that kind of what the whole idea was?
Yeah,
with Tiffany. Now the Glenn doll was just a one-off, like different doll, right? Like it was.
Yeah, because
Tiffany like made in China and whatever.
Well, yeah, Tiffany gave birth to that thing. That thing like actually, came out of the Tiffany doll.
Oh yeah, it did, didn't it?
Yeah. That thing was actually birthed. So that's why he looks, that he's not like any of the other dolls.
And there isn't a backup Glenn doll.
Yeah.
Let's see what he said. One is good because they're actually trying to get renewed. Oh, one doll. Yeah, I agree with that. I still think the head is still alive.
The head from Colt.
Oh, that Andy hangs on to.
Didn't it blow up?
I haven't seen that one. I thought he did. I thought he blew it up. Yeah.
Well, no, I think what had happened was in Colt, like that head that he had, like the one from Curse that he'd shot and he had kept around. Like he had kept that around or whatever, and I'm pretty sure he had it on a table. And in the post-credit scene, when we see Kyle come back, I'm pretty sure she said she scream and then it cuts and you hear like a snap. So I think and I'm pretty sure in season 1, like they're in the car or whatever when we first see them back, and I'm pretty sure she explains that she put the thing down.
Yeah, I don't know why. For some reason I thought his cabin caught on fire, didn't it? Why am I thinking
that? Like relocated? I don't know, because if you notice, like in season, it's a dream sequence, but in season 3, he's in a different place, Yeah, so I don't know if he's still technically in the cabin or not. We don't really know. They didn't really explain that or talk about that.
That's my biggest upset is the fact that Andy and Kyle are just hanging out, and they seem to be way more important characters than that to me.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like they're just kind of like, hey, we're over here, but they're main characters. Why are they not like in the thick right now?
Yeah. I'd like to see De Silva back too. I see Horror Nation.
Yeah, De Silva and like Tyler from the 3rd. I think that would be pretty fun too.
See, I know Tyler's in trouble. He's been in trouble with the law the last few years. So,
Tyler.
The 23. Remember how like he got into that new body, so he convinced that kid. He was like, "Hey, I'm Charles Lee Ray," so he could put his soul into that kid instead of Andy.
Oh
yeah.
He
was like a 12-year-old playing a 7-year-old.
Yeah. Okay, I remember that.
But yeah, like about 10 years ago, he like peed on his girl at like a party or something and got arrested for that. And he recently stole his mom's car and like hit her or beat her or something. So I don't think we're going to be seeing.
Well,
him.
They're not going to get him a pay. Yeah. They're not trying to give him a paycheck. He had good behavior.
Well, I think we can still see De Silva though. De Silva would be fun. Maybe even Jesse and Jade from Bride, because they just walked off. We don't know what happened to them. I didn't like their characters all too much, but
they're still there.
They're still there. They could play a part. And I know Dawn had recently met up with the actor who played Jesse, and like that was like right before the season 3 stuff, so everybody was like, oh my god, he's gonna be in season 3, but he wasn't. It was just something Don posted on one of his social medias of them two like hanging out, but they thought it was like behind the scenes stuff.
When I went to Halloween 45 in October, they had another horror fest going on the same weekend, and I guess that guy who plays Jesse was doing his very first convention, so he's probably out there doing conventions now.
Well, so that's kind of what we were talking about there, Mike Karen De Silva.
Yeah, that would be
now this one, do you think Charles killed the son of Wilkins? I think he did. We might see a flashback in the future.
Well, one thing I liked about that was he had mentioned that his son's name was Tommy, And I think that's why like Tommy was one of the major names that would be a part of the good guys. It was supposed to be like representing his son. So that detail of like that last 15 minutes, I thought was written in really well, that his son's name was Tommy. So that's like one of the names of the good guys, was, you know, to carry on the legacy of his son. So I like that. That was a nice little Easter egg. But to get to like I guess that question, but I don't think we're gonna explore that if that's the case. I don't, like I said, I feel like Don, he introduced that, and now we're gonna move on.
Yeah, we're just gonna move right along.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do any more like deep dives on the good guy creator.
Oh, and he was talking about the reason why the first season was good is because they were working hard for a renewal off the rip. Yeah, that's true. And then after it got renewed one time, Don was like, "We're gonna have fun."
Yeah.
Would love to see the call someday. My theory with the head being alive is that they never show it on screen killed by Kyle. Just some throwaway line could easily be retconned. Yeah, I mean, or not even necessarily retcon, just the fact that she said the line, but she thought it was dead, and it may not be. You know, that there could be that. So
or just lying just in case. Maybe she has him hidden in her cabin somewhere.
Yeah, maybe she has it. See, that could be a good thing where it's like she told Andy that to kind of put it at peace, but maybe she has it still. I like that theory, actually.
Yeah. Oh, I do kind of agree with you, Cobra Kai Nation. The season was rushed.
Yeah.
I don't think the whole season was. I think the second half of the season was.
Yeah, I really think that episode, they needed more time or needed one more episode or something, because they draw the whole story out so long. You got to that final episode and they kind of just threw everything at the fan.
Yeah, and like I said, I think a lot of it has to do with that writer's strike. I also think a lot of it has to do with the fact that this show wasn't written to be a 2-part season. Like, it wasn't meant to be broken up. It was meant to be one long thing anyways.
Yeah, for sure.
But even still, even without that mid-season break, I still think that last episode would have felt super rushed in the last 15 minutes. Because it literally, at one point, we came back from commercial break, and then it just felt like it was a full-on sprint to the end.
Yeah, they were just
like after that last commercial break. Because, you know, they film these shows with the commercial breaks in mind. That's why they're television shows. So they know they're going to have ads at this point, and this point. So when you go to write a show and you go to film it and set it up, you're setting it up for 3 ad breaks. So there's 3 pivotal points in the show. That pivotal point, when we came back from the commercial, it was just like full speed to the finish line. And that's kind of all it's seen from there on out, was like, hi, we're back. And now we're going to just run to the end.
Yeah, it's just like there were so many cool ideas with like we said earlier with Chucky being in Jake. Like, that was such a cool idea, but it just felt like they wanted to reset the status quo real fast. And like when Tiffany came in, he's like, well, it just happens I have the prototype of her too. It just felt like they were so fast to get everything back to something that in the next season we can easily jump into a new storyline without having to keep continuing all these things from season 3.
Yeah.
Even though like and Zachary Arthur, like we said before, did an amazing job with that performance by portraying Chucky. Like, that was so good. I wish we could have seen more of that.
Yeah.
But I still don't think I want to see Zachary Arthur on a Child's Play Chucky theatrical poster. I don't think I want that kid as like a main star of like a Chucky movie.
Yeah, I don't think they will, because he'll be too much connected to the show to where they want this a new thing.
Yeah,
you know.
See, Andy and Kyle barely in the season. Yeah, that's probably our most upsetting thing about it for all of us. Our most disappointing thing.
Kyle wasn't even in it at all.
Story, no need for them to come back. Torch has been successfully passed to Nika and the trio. Well, even if that's the case, I don't like the trio as much as I like Andy and Kyle. So bring me back Andy and Kyle.
Well, still, I mean, the way they ended it, I like the way the final scene when Andy and Kyle are walking out of the church together, and then it has a flashback to that scene in Child's Play 2 when they're walking out of the factory together. That specific scene and the way they put that together is a great send-off, but they didn't do enough in the show to
warrant that send-off.
Yeah, the send-off was premature. It was way too early. We needed more time with their characters, and they needed to do it. But I like the idea of that, of them walking out together into the sunset.
And if that was the send-off to their characters, then why have Andy come back for season 3 and have a dream, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna see him too. I feel like the reason they weren't in the seasons because, like I said, Don wanted to do all this stuff, and I just feel like he was like, okay, well, this season I'm not gonna put him in because I just don't feel like there's enough time to warrant their characters coming back.
Yeah. I mean, well, and with the way that he set it, like if we get to the season, the way that he set the 4 characters up, Nika and the trio, the way he set them up, the only people that know about them are Andy and Kyle because their moms and dads are gone. You know, they don't have their caretaker anymore. They don't have parents. They don't have family.
That's another thing that was rushed was they got rid of the caretaker. You know, we finally got her back, and then she was
real fast.
And then she was gone real quick. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
And she was someone when season 1, everybody thought she was Glenn or Glenda. We thought she was related somehow just because she had red hair. And I know it was a red herring, but I feel like they could have played with something like that too.
Yeah, like they could have done more with her character. Like I really liked her character, and like I like that she was like she's like one of the only parents who have been one of the only adults other than like the original like the first movie that has been like, yeah, we need to stop. Like she knows about she's trying to help the main characters defeat Chucky, Miss Fairchild.
Yeah,
she's like one of the only adults in the franchise. Like I said, other than like the first movie that has actually known about the doll and just try to help the kids rather than try to pull the kids back.
Yeah. Well, the way that they've set it up is because of the fact that every adult that's been connected to them is gone now. The only adults that know of the situation are Andy and Kyle. The only actual people that can do anything about the situation and save these kids would be Andy and Kyle.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless there's just a character that I am missing somewhere that hasn't died. But every other adult in these kids' lives have died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the only other adult that knows about these kids are Nika, and she's in the same situation with them as far as we know.
Unless they're setting...
He kind of forced it to where he has to bring them back, and maybe he did that on purpose.
I mean, maybe he's setting it up to have them to be the main characters of the next season.
And that would be all right.
Yes.
You know, for it could... Oh, if it gets renewed, it is most definitely the final season. Not 5 seasons out of this.
Yeah,
we're going to be lucky to get the 4th. You think the series will explore more about Dan Ballas in season 3, revealed more about him?
Nope. I feel like they're going to move right on past it. They've revealed him. His kind of, what he wants. Kind of his motivation for like for the people that follow his religion. So a little bit about him, and now that's all you really need. And I feel like they're gonna brush past that and never touch it again.
I mean, Don does that a lot. He adds in little intricacies and then leaves them behind.
Yeah, I feel like
adds in more little intricacies and then leaves them.
I mean, Damballa is a big deal, but this season they really hammered home on all that. So now I feel like they're gonna put that to the put that on the back burner again and use it when it's necessary for the plot, like how they did like originally with the first few movies.
Yeah.
Let's see. Chucky has said that he had other plans for Andy Barley in season 1. I wonder if that was referring to the colonel and him torturing Andy for a year, or maybe Chucky wants to go after Mom and Mike.
Yeah.
Let's see. Honestly, forgot. Andy was in season 3. I mean, it was so quick and subtle, and it was right at the beginning. That's another one of those things where like that could have been something that was happening, but they backpedaled on it within the whole scene. They backpedaled and it made it a dream, and then we never seen him again.
I think what it was giving us fan service, and it was also giving us good trailer material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we all knew, Andy's coming back, but then like Andy really wasn't coming back.
Yeah, I like the whole thing. Like it's kind of like a callback to the second movie when he's like tied up or whatever. Because I mean, he even says that he's like, just kind of like the old days.
Mm-hmm.
So like service there. And I like that interaction. I like that scene. That scene was cool. And when they started killing him, I was like, "There's no way."
Yeah, I know. Same here. Yeah, same here.
Hey, what's up, Ben? Thanks for joining us tonight, dude. In jail, getting jacked with prison tats. Well, we had buff Chucky, so we're already halfway there.
I think something that's interesting with the buff Chucky is like in season 2, if you remember, he had like a really deep voice, and then when they brought him back for season 3, it was just the regular Chucky voice.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that was like, I guess I was just maybe. Yeah, because it was like really deep. It was like this. And then it was just a regular voice. And like Good Chucky still had his high pitched voice, and the Colonel still had his yeah. So like I just noticed that Buff Chucky was the only one that changed his voice when he came back. And I'm glad that was kind of just there, because I know we're gonna leave them behind too. Because I don't really like the Buff Chucky, Colonel Chucky. That's just like that's just some of that weird stuff that I don't really get behind.
I feel like Colonel Chucky could have been cool. But
the Colonel Chucky, at first he was cool. Like that first scene that had like the Chucky heads hanging off the ceiling.
Like, this guy's nuts. Yeah,
that setup was awesome. But then he literally walks into the room. You think someone's about to happen. He just starts spitting lines from what movie is it? They're like literally spitting lines directly from a movie.
Apocalypse Now.
Yeah. I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Yeah, literally in season 2, like right before he dies, he's literally just spitting lines from that movie, and then he falls to the ground, and you see he's got the scissors in his hand that Andy has stabbed him with. He went out way too soon, because like they were like, well, there has to be a Chucky that's running everything, and they built that up all season 2, and then we finally get to see him in episode 6. So over halfway through the season, we see him through all of episode 6, like he's pretty much the forefront. But then he just dies super easy. I thought that was one of the situations where it's like, cool idea, but we didn't commit to it.
Yeah, I think these adults are getting brainwashed by Chucky way too easily. Like, like the old lady in the second one who was the therapist or whatever, and then it's
like the adults are dumber than the teenagers.
Yeah, they got John Waters being like,
yeah, they're all like on Chucky's side. I mean, I kind of get okay, with the therapist, I guess she's just crazy from the get-go, because she was Charles Lee Ray's therapist when he had killed his mom. So like, I kind of like that connection that they did with those two characters, and she's always kind of been there for Chucky. And she's I guess she was just, I don't like the idea of, it seems like every time they introduce like a new character like this, Dawn just likes to make him crazy. Like the therapist was just crazy just because there was not an explanation. She just I think in season 2, she was like, there was still like a strain of innocence in you, and I did everything I could to get that out of you and to make you into so basically they kind of described that as like she made Chucky, she pushed Chucky into his full potential, and really like encouraged him to let out his evil side.
And then they got rid of her real quick.
And then they killed her off. And then like with John Waters, he's just evil. Like all the murders or whatever had ruined his reputation and made him crazy. So at least gave him a reason for being crazy. He's not just crazy just because. His son died, his reputation got ruined. So I can buy more into the reason why he's just crazy and evil.
But he'll die soon too, and the first 15 minutes.
Like he's saying here that he likes the idea of a good Chucky from season 2. He thought it was cool. We could have an anti-Chucky existing, maybe in some movie series or something. I like that. That's a neat idea. What I don't like about it though is they've harped on the fact so much that there's no good in Charles Lee Ray.
Yeah, and now they've definitively proved it.
Yeah,
and that even when they were talking about there was the good Chucky, he wouldn't have been smart enough to really do anything, because good Chucky died when he killed his mom when he was 6. So he would have the mentality of a 6-year-old. Good Chucky would have the mentality of a 6-year-old. How dangerous would that really be?
Yeah, and he kind of does, and throughout season 2, like he's very like childlike. Like there's literally just all innocence in him.
Like I think them mixing him into that season and everything and having a little glimpse of it was nice, but I'm not too long.
Yeah,
and honestly, them bringing it back for season 3 was, in my opinion, kind of dumb, because we already kind of learned there was no such thing as a good Chucky. So
that was already proven. It was just a brainwash. It wasn't an actual iteration. It was because it was literally just a regular Chucky doll that, because they had all those multiple different ones. So it was just one that got sent to the Catholic school, and they brainwashed him, and he was just a normal Chucky, and they just brainwashed him into being good. And something else I didn't like about that either was it started up like really. I don't know. I hate when it started between Jake and Devin in season 2. With them just being like bickering the entire season about the whole good Chucky thing, and Jake's like, I love him, and then they kind of bring that up again in this season. He's like, but I love that side of him, even though that wasn't a side of him. And it just like I said this earlier, but it just made Jake seem really oblivious and just dumb. He just seemed dumb.
Jake and Devin did not get good character arcs in this season or good character building, I don't think.
Yeah,
They spent most of the season, I don't know,
consummating the relationship,
like trying to get some tail.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how they spent the season. And I don't care what show I'm watching. That's not good character development when it's like 5-6 episodes of them just trying to get it on.
Yeah,
I don't care
okay.
what show I'm
Now-
watching or what, like that they spent too much, you know, I just feel like they spent too much time.
Yeah, like I feel like
on
the first few episodes, you know, them, and then once we get to they realize about the Chucky stuff and they're trying to do that. But like literally it's until episode 6 that they're still focusing on them consummating their relationship, and there's only 2 episodes left and they're still, that's all they're focusing on.
Yeah. They kind of got the short end of the stick in terms of character development this season, in my opinion.
And
for
like,
sure.
Like we said earlier, Lexi got easily the best character development. She's easily, out of that trio, easily the best character, and that's crazy to say, you know, from just how she was originally.
You think season 4 will focus more on legacy characters, or we see a cast of new characters?
I'm hoping legacy.
I would
I'm
love
hoping
legacy characters, but man, for some reason they don't like any kind of movie or any kind of TV show. It's never focused on the legacy characters. Like they'll focus on like the kids or something. You know, like I don't know why studios think that like the stars have to be the young people.
Well, I don't even think it's that. I think studios don't want to pay the legacy characters what legacy characters think they're worth to a franchise.
Yeah.
So they don't want to put them to the forefront and pay them the front light. You know, they're always like the side character.
Yeah.
It seems to me the only one they're really willing to pay in terms of adults is Devin Sawa, anyways. So he just keeps coming back, which I'm fine with. But to me, it just seems like that seems to be the thing with all legacy characters in any show or movie or anything, is they're legacy characters for a reason, and then those actors want the money because they're legacy characters.
Yeah.
And studios don't want to give the money up. They'd rather be like, well, we can get these kids to do it cheap and they can be the new legacy characters. And then it gets to a point where, like, we're probably to the point now where Zachary Arthur is going to be an expensive cast member next season.
Well, yeah, because like every time you come back, you have to get paid more.
Yeah. And he's made a name for himself at this point. Like, he's pretty much the face of the show in terms of like the kid cast. If they're going to bring him back, they're going to have to bring him back at least to kill him off at the very least, but he's not going to be cheap to bring back.
Yeah.
At this point.
I hope it focuses on legacy character. Okay, the way they ended this, it leaves the door open for them to really lean in on bringing Andy and Kyle back to save Nika and the trio. But throughout the whole show, and even in Cult of Chucky, Nika still got the forefront, and Andy had splices of scenes here and there. After, Curse of Chucky, they're he's gonna be back, and still, like, it wasn't underwhelming. But in Cult of Chucky, he definitely got minimal screen time, and he wasn't in it that much. And then he ended up losing by the end of it, again, trapped in that into the padded room. So, and then the TV series, they didn't come into like episode 6. And they did a little bit, not a lot, but they did a little bit, like a serviceable amount of stuff. Like they did, it's not like they were super underutilized, but could have done more in season 1. Season 2, we didn't see Andy. We seen him in the first episode, drove off with the truck, drove off the mountain, and then we didn't see him till episode 6. We didn't know if he was dead, alive. We didn't know. And then Kyle, we seen, I think, like at the end of episode 4 when she picks up Nika and Glenda. So we don't see her till halfway through the season. So I wish there was just a season where, like, from episode 1 to episode 8, we have our legacy characters.
Yeah.
They're not brought in, like, at the tail or going on to the tail end of the season, just so we can do more with them.
And what sucks about the TV show, they can't really have surprises. I'm somebody who reads the opening credits. So, like, I already know who's going to be in the episode by the time.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, because, like, I already knew that Billy Boyd was coming back to do Glenn's voice because I saw his name in the beginning of the opening credits. I was like, oh shit, he's coming back. That's cool. So now I'm just like, well, how does he come back? So you know that he's going to be back in that doll because I saw the opening credits. So that kind of sucks.
Yeah, sometimes I can ruin it. Like I remember seeing, I remember episode 7. He said it's like, cause I'm pretty sure they count Fiona Dourif as a guest star because it was like guest starring
Mhm.
Fiona Dourif, and I was like, okay, well, cool. It's episode 7. I would hope she would finally play a part in the season story. So yeah, I hope we get some more legacy character focus.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they don't need to. So it's worked pretty good these 3 seasons where they pivot like a new set of characters each season. We don't need that anymore. What we need for them to bring in all the other characters and kind of finish off their stories. In my opinion,
Instead of opening more stories, that's what they keep doing, is opening more stories and moving on.
Yeah.
Because watch the next season or next movie. It's gonna be Chucky in some kind of tormenting some family, and then you're gonna find out at the end it's Charles Lee Ray's father and his new family. It's gonna be some family he had beef with 30 years ago or something.
Yeah.
Kind of exactly how they did that in Curse.
Yeah,
but I think it's about time for them to use the show to like finish off these legacy characters, and if we're gonna get another movie after that, like to kind of tie things up, that last movie could just be Chucky's coming back as a menace for everyone. He doesn't have any particular targets or any of that. There's no Andy left. There's no Kyle, because all those stories would be finished.
But I feel like if they're gonna finish off the legacy characters, that needs to be a movie.
Oh, if they're gonna bring back like Andy and stuff, then yeah. I just don't think these teenagers need to be the movie.
No.
It needs to be like Nika, Kyle, and Andy. Yeah. And maybe a guest character from like Child's Play 3 or Bride of Chucky that we just wouldn't think of. Yeah,
like I think
that might be cool.
I think when it comes to Andy, like I would like to see him I really want to see him and DeSilva back together, because the only interaction that Andy has probably had in his adult life has been with Kyle and over the phone with his mom. So he's a very lonely adult. He does not he doesn't have a lot of friends. So I would like to see him be able to interact with DeSilva again as an adult, and just see their relationship build more, because that was a good relationship. And Don was asked on an interview about that, and he said he's very interested in bringing her back.
Oh,
he
really?
Doesn't know how to do it.
Cool.
Yeah, he said he's very interested in bringing her character back. He says he wants to bring more legacy characters back.
Oh,
he said he'd be interested in. He said he said the door's open to bring any of them back. That's what he said, pretty much.
I think at this point he's saying the door's open because there's many actors that may want to get their foot back in the door to be back in it. Would be one more voice saying, "Hey, bring the show back, bring the franchise back." It'd be one more reason to return it, because you'd have these list of actors that are like, "Well, we want to be in this movie," so they start campaigning for it, and their fans get behind it.
So I met Chris Sarandon at a horror convention. I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, and I was first. So I've met him twice. This first time is the story I'm about to tell you. He was not nice at all. He was like, you could tell he didn't want to be there. And I was like, "Oh, I'd love to see you in another Child's Play movie." He looked at me and said, "Don't hold your breath." I was like, "Okay." But then I met him maybe a year or two later at another convention. He was super nice. He was, very happy about Child's Play. So I don't know. I think I just caught him at the wrong time. But 10 years ago, he's like, "Yeah, don't hold your breath." But you never know.
Yeah. You stop holding your breath.
Yeah. I don't. Well, however it goes, I want Andy to be involved and actually finally, if they want to get to the point where they want to wrap up this storyline of Chucky that they've been doing ever since the beginning, I want Andy to be involved in defeating Chucky.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Andy needs to be involved in the final confrontation with Chucky.
It's the only way it comes full circle.
I think season 4 needs to end the show characters, and then the next movie, if they want to end the legacy characters, they can end the legacy characters. But and I think the show characters need to end on the show, and then the movie characters need to end on the movie. But the legacy characters can be in the movie or in the show as well.
Yeah.
And that's still an easy way to cross them over.
And Andy needs to finish Chucky.
Yeah, Andy has to be involved. I feel like that's kind of a necessity, is that Andy needs to be involved in defeating Chucky once and for all. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but how does he defeat Chucky though? We've seen so many different ways. How does he do it this time?
Well, I mean, in the canon, the definitive way is Chucky sacrificing himself in the spirit realm that will tarnish the soul. That is the only definitive way we know that Chucky can die. There might be other ways, but we know that's one of the possibilities. I mean, like and he, Dominic seems likes to stick to his lore and his the stuff he comes up with, and everything's canon. So that detail is pretty important, and I hope he doesn't brush past that as being like as he's described as a definitive way to tarnish his soul.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of agree with that because they're supposed to be like best friends, and they've been going through this for years at this point.
Especially when he said like
when he said that, and this is our hag, like that right there was like, yeah, this is not Jake no more.
Come on, like they needed to be a little bit suspicious, especially when Jake had bit Devin's lip. Just stuff like that. So you would think that, especially Devin, because Devin likes to look into all the little details. You would think Devin would be like, that's kind of weird, and then you start to pick up on all these other details about the way he's speaking. Like you would have thought that Devin would have been a little suspicious, but literally nothing. Like he thought that was Jake through and through.
Yeah.
Do you think Andy learned voodoo from Chucky while he was torturing his head in the cabin?
I doubt it.
I doubt it.
Well, because he didn't. Well, Andy, he was looking online or whatever, and he saw that there was another Chucky doll with Nika at the insane asylum. That's how he found out there was more. He thought that he had the only Chucky doll right there in his house.
Yeah,
the head. He didn't even know. So Chucky didn't even inform him that there was more. That there was more of him out there.
Yeah, so I don't think he taught him. He taught him voodoo if he ain't telling him, hey, there's more of me.
But I like that. See, it's something that they didn't ever even touch on. But Devin was like, if Charles Lee Ray can manipulate magic, maybe maybe we can too. He said that line, but I don't remember any time where they actually manipulated like voodoo magic.
Yeah.
And but he was like, maybe we can too. So like, if they bring that in a pretty serious and interesting way, then I could like some of the main characters learning voodoo and being able to use it against them.
Well, I don't think we're talking any random legacy characters. I may have said the word random legacy characters. I actually maybe meant surprise legacy characters that we wouldn't necessarily remember. Like if John Ritter wasn't dead, they could just bring him back in a little cameo. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think De Silva's probably like the one.
Yeah, I think De Silva
doesn't call them to bring them back. I mean, yeah, but I don't even know if it's Universal's call anymore at that point. It's probably just Don Mancini's.
Yeah, and like that, he said the door's open, but I definitely like through that interview, I could see, and it would have been so cool too because I feel like De Silva could have been like somebody. It would have been cool if she was like a Secret Service agent, like who was going through the White House or going through the government. Like that would have been a cool reveal to bring her back.
Yeah,
so I was thinking like early on when he was mentioning stuff like that.
See, I stopped hoping for that stuff in season 1 because season 1, every character I was like, oh my gosh, like Devin. In my mind, I was like, I have a feeling. What if Devin's dad is Tyler? Because
Tyler, yeah, that was a big theory I saw.
They're really hinting towards that because his father was in the military or whatever, but there were so many different things where they could have done stuff like that.
Yeah. And kind of tied these. They could have tied these characters to legacy characters, and they just didn't.
Yeah.
Like so I'm not necessarily holding my breath on maybe even in this next movie or next season of any other legacy characters coming back. But like I just know Don said the door's open for anybody, and it seems like he's really interested in getting De Silva back. Specifically,
I mean, maybe the deep voodoo knowledge only comes from the same book that Tiffany had.
Yeah, that's why there has to be like a unless that's going to be like the next one. It's going to be like an Evil Dead where they have a real book.
I hope they have a real book. I think like that would just like I said, that would end that whole criticism that I've had ever since they continued that joke from Bride. Like if they would just get rid of that book and have a real book, a real Damballa book, then it would just fix all that.
Well, see, and then they could have the book and they could be like, hey, like in the book, it could say you could use these spells for people that are using these other voodoo spells. Like the ones from the dummy book might be like, it's voodoo for dummies, which is like a beginner's book. If there's an actual like spell book or whatever, there could be spells in there that would like counteract anything in that other book. Like they could find the one book to like rule them all. you know.
Well, I liked how he did it in season 1. You know, you had John, and he was and he taught Chucky all the voodoo. And then, you know, you saw Charles Lee Ray's apartment. And in season 1, they actually didn't follow through with this. But his apartment in the first movie, it had like all the painting on the wall.
On the wall, yeah.
Yeah, and then in season 1, it shows Chucky and Tiffany get in that apartment, but you never see all of that on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
So that was something they didn't follow through with. But anyways, my point is I like how they handled it in the first season. Like, obviously, this guy who's been a part of this religion for so long is teaching Chucky how to beat death. Teaching Charles Lee Ray how to beat death, and then, you know, and so he learns the voodoo too. I just don't like how Caroline knows all this knowledge from a Voodoo for Dummies book. It just
and you remember because John Bishop, he was teaching Chucky this stuff for good. So like is Damballa supposed to be for good, and Chucky was the one that made it bad, but now they make it seem like it's like this everything's bad with Damballa.
Yeah, because in like in actual mythology, I'm pretty sure he's not necessarily good or bad. He kind of rides both lines. Yeah. The religion is just like I don't know. Like I don't really know. I'm not like brushed up on it or anything. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's like good and evil. It's not like particularly good or particularly evil. But in this show, they made it seem like it's pure evil.
And I recently learned that Damballa was a real thing. I didn't know it was until what was it? One of the episodes after the episodes behind the scenes they explained it. Or okay, because I was like I had no idea it was a real Damballa was a real thing.
Yeah, I thought it was made up for the show.
Yeah,
so, like
the movie. Yeah, and it's like a real thing. It's like a snake, like in mythology. That's like the form. So I think, and that's why they made it like the Chucky doll is, because they can't CGI a big snake, just stuff like that.
And that would look.
I mean, they can CGI a big snake, but we know how their CGI department goes.
Yeah, I'm happy they didn't CGI a snake.
I hope we see another John Bishop-like character.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I was hoping in season 1 when they were doing all those flashbacks. I mean, obviously it wouldn't be the same actor, but like being able to have him and you get some because they had
Eddie Caputo Eddie Caputo.
Yeah, because Eddie came back in one of the flashbacks earlier in the season, where he was like the little kid who was kind of like, because remember he had like the stick and he was like poking the dead guy with poking the wound or whatever. So he had a little bit of a dark side too. So you get to see a little it's weird that they paid that off because Don even mentioned he's like, I don't even think the fans remembered Eddie Caputo, but he still in the TV series he pays that off.
Yeah,
but he doesn't pay off any of the stuff with John, which I thought would have been interesting because they show how Tiffany got her car. They have a flashback scene to that. They have a flashback scene to them getting the apartment. Like instead of having like the car one, you could have had like
John
scenes
Bishop
between him and John. Yeah, that would have been more interesting in my opinion. And you can recast him. We don't have to have the same. And obviously he's dead. The actor, and you could have recast them, and it would have been fine.
Yeah, but obviously you would have to recast him as a younger guy, anyways. Because he'd be way too old, even if he was alive.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he died like really shortly after the movie's release too.
Oh, did he?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Become a real person or doll or whatever. I mean, I don't know. We could probably move past that now for a little bit, honestly.
Yeah, well, like I said before, I feel like it's going to be how it was originally. Like Chucky's going to use those powers whenever he needs to, like how he used to back in the day. I feel like we've met him and we know what it's about, and now we're going to just kind of simplify it again.
Yeah.
And like I was talking about the whole John Wick thing, now that we know that there was a hospital for Damballa, who knows what other things are out there to, help,
There's like there could be a whole secret society.
Yeah, because remember, like, that one girl's on the phone and she gets off and she's like all upset when they're in the waiting room, and she's like, "You just missed one sacrifice and all this happens." And then the guy has the box and it's his wife is inside. Yeah. I'm not sure if that was like supposed to be like the soul of her was inside or what.
I don't know.
Like, growl and then the box would shake. Mm-hmm. So. Yeah, like you said, I didn't hate that aspect. I just thought it was like way too goofy. The way they threw it together. And then like the doctor didn't even he looked like a regular dog, like regular
Yeah.
doctor. You know, Chucky got a hernia exam. Like, just stuff like that doesn't boat well with me.
That was probably the funniest part of the season, though, when he got the exam. He's like, cough.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, what?
See, and that was jarring for me because that was the first time they did the real silly stuff, and I was like, dang, okay, so now they're going for it. You know, so as soon as I saw that, like, I was like, all right, here we go. Put on your seatbelts, guys.
Yeah, it's like as soon as it was like, oh, okay, he's aging. That's interesting. He goes into the book, even if it's the Voodoo for Dummies book, whatever. He goes into the book. He figures out that, you know, the first thing he can do is vacate the vessel. So he tries to possess Caroline, which I thought was pretty interesting. It's like, yeah, Chucky just works for himself. Like, at the end of the day, if he needed to, he'd leave Caroline behind. So I still like that aspect. Like, and Tiffany too. It just doesn't matter. Like, he's a very independent guy. If he needs to, he'll leave anybody behind. So I like that aspect too. Like, he's not just going to be super nice to Caroline just because they're buddies now. He'll do whatever he needs to for his own personal gain. So I still like that aspect of his character is still there. Like, he hasn't went soft in that aspect.
I mean, he could literally get what he wants out of Caroline and just gone.
If he really needs to, that's what he can do. And, you know, he was literally about to possess her body and, you know, quickly get out of the vessel. But yeah, as soon as they go to like the doctor's office, and like even in the waiting room, I was like, okay, this is kind of weird. And then they go in there and he's got the gown on, and then the doctor comes in and he's like, it just was the way the doctor's office was set up. It was so stereotypical, and it was obviously played for laughs. Like, it was supposed to look very like just very normal.
Yeah,
and then
because it's funny to see Chucky doing normal things, you know. So that's what Don does, you know. He's like, all right, so like, let's see what else he can do, you know. Soon he's gonna have a job or something. He's gonna be working at McDonald's.
He'll be making breakfast one time.
Yeah,
that was just the first time where, and that was like episode 3. Yeah, that was like the first time where I was like, okay, they haven't lost, or they haven't completely went back.
Yeah,
the weird stuff. They're still gonna, you know, which that just seems like that's par for the course now. I don't think they're ever, even in any iteration, whatever the next thing can be, they're never going to lose that really weird stuff.
So
kind of sucks in some aspects.
So this is what I'm expecting. I expect episodes 1 through 4 to, you know, to be really good, and then after that start getting weird, and then end on a different kind of note. So like they go in like waves. So it's like, all right, man, it's starting off strong. Let's see what's going on, and then, you know, season or episode 3 and 4. Usually episode 4 is the best episode, and then something happens.
That's like, that seems to be his template for the whole series.
Yeah, he builds it up. He builds it up real slow, so it's just kind of like normal stuff, normal encounters with Chucky, just Chucky being the doll, killing people, and then in the back half of the season, he saves all of the weird stuff.
So I'm assuming in Haiti is where they worship Damballa for real. So that might be interesting, but I don't know nothing about that. I'm not so sure if anybody like in real life would know anything about that, you know. Yeah. I don't know how well that would tie to it, because I'm not so sure how many people that would be watching it would care per se. I mean, it could be interesting. I like the silly moments like that personally, especially if it explains lore.
Yeah, like I don't mind because it explains the lore. And I don't feel like, I didn't hate when he was like, yeah, you know, and he was just giving Chucky all the details. I didn't mind that. It's just what it's surrounded by and the way they present it.
Yeah,
well, there's like two types of comedy. There's good comedy and there's fart joke comedy. And sometimes he leans really close to that fart joke comedy, and that doesn't fit well for me for Chucky.
Yeah. Like the good stuff, like we were explaining before, was like, you know, Keenan at the very beginning of episode 3. Like, that was the good comedy. Like,
that was funny.
Chucky and their back and forth was actually like really funny.
Yeah.
But then in that same episode, you get the doctor scene, and then that wasn't funny.
Yeah.
Cough.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, he has balls. Like, it's like, all right.
Well, I mean, okay. Well, that part was a thing back in Bride, you know.
But didn't he say something later on that he had been trying to get a hold of Hasbro about that? About having the right parts? Wasn't that later on in another episode when maybe he was in the spirit world or something? He had talked about that, where he was he said he had complained to Hasbro about not having those parts or something.
Oh yeah, something. Yeah.
That was another like one-liner joke that popped up, and I'm like, but just a couple episodes ago, you like coughed and you did have those parts. Like, it didn't really make much sense, but I kind of caught that. And I'm like, wait. And then I kind of brushed it off and just kind of kept going, because that's what you have to do with some of the jokes. But like, he did kind of make that joke at the same time of, I have them, but I don't have them. And then it's like, we don't really care, but it's like, you made the same joke on two different ends of the same thing, you know? Like,
yeah.
I really like this question. Is like, because I actually forgot about this. Do you think Chucky still wants to kill Gigi, or does he really miss them? I feel like either way could go down. Because originally in season 2, he was like, you know, where's Gigi? You know, they disobeyed me, and now they need to be punished. So at the end of season 2, at the very end, like whenever he killed the mom and Tiffany was there, he had mentioned that he wanted to kill Gigi too, because you know, they abandoned him. So
maybe that's why he made good with Tiffany, because he wants to kill Gigi and Tiffany still.
That would be cool if they finally get to it, and like it seems like everything's good, and then he like turns on him. I actually think that could be interesting too. But at the same time, I feel like I feel like what we speculate about, and it's so funny how like fast we speculate. And we come up with like good ideas.
Yeah.
But it always seems like with a lot of this stuff, Don just takes the most simplistic, easy route. You know, they're just gonna go there and be a family again because that's how it was presented. There's not gonna be like much of a twist. Because he'll do that a lot of times too. He'll just literally what is being said will happen. There won't be much of a twist a majority of the time.
Like it's like we're right here right now. We're talking about what we'd like to see. Don can sit here and hear all these ideas. He's like, but what if Chucky and Tiffany are going to Chucky's grandma's house? You know, it'd be something like that. Like,
yeah.
Oh, Don is watching for sure right now. He's Eric C. He's going by Eric C. That's Don Mancini right now.
Yeah, that's why I like the silly moments. Like,
yeah. I would like to see Andy meet Gigi. Yeah, that'd be surprising, because I don't think Andy knows Gigi exists.
Well, no, because when they were at the church, they were all together, but they didn't really have an interaction. You know, not a one-on-one.
There's no interaction that we've seen as the audience.
Yeah, but they were all together in the church, so he knows of the existence, but they never had a one-on-one confrontation. So yeah, like they could still have a one-on-one. But yeah, Andy still does know about the existence of Gigi. They had seen each other, like in passing at least. They were a part of that seance for that exorcism in season 2. They were all together for that. So technically, Andy does.
But did he know who they were?
Maybe not, but I feel like they're gonna do a thing where like Andy does know, and they just didn't explain it in season 2, but Andy does know who they are. I feel like Andy does know, but Andy obviously has never had that. Has never talked to Gigi one-on-one.
But yeah, I like Horror Nation says, I'd like to see that interaction where he's like, oh, you are so and so, or I know you are so and so. Like, we haven't been clarified that on our end. That's why it's still questionable to me. So
yeah.
All right. Well, I think that's pretty much it. We've pretty much talked the whole season. We've talked all the lore and how everything kind of ties back to it and what we liked about it and everything. You know, you guys got any other things that we didn't talk about that we missed on? Or
not that I can.
It was a long season, and there was a lot of time between the two halves. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we talked 4 hours about it.
Yeah. No, I feel like we covered everything. I guess in terms of expectations, I'm gonna be 100% honest. They're kind of low. And especially since we don't know what's gonna happen with this franchise. It's up in the air whether the next thing's gonna be a movie or a season. So we really don't know where it's gonna go. So that also kind of has me on low expectations in terms of like story direction.
Yeah, I feel like we'll know within the next couple weeks.
Yeah, for sure. Whether it's canceled or back, and if it's back, it definitely will be the final season. For sure, because they're struggling to maybe even get this to be a thing. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, some of the potential, it's just the way they got there, I didn't like it, but some of the potential with Chucky and Tiffany driving off, possibly go get Gigi or whatever, the potential's there for a bunch of cool stuff to happen, like we talked about throughout this whole stream. Good potential, possibly. We'll just have to see where it goes.
Mhm.
Yeah, Eric. Yeah. Well, do you know Don, Eric? Like, you can be that fan, put that input in, my guy, because you have about the same opinions on it as we do when it comes to what you're liking and what you're not liking.
Well, because the only time Don has taken like fan input was after Seed, and and that was the one time that he will directly say, you know, like the fans wanted the scary, I brought back the scary. That's like the one time he said, yeah, the fans wanted this, so I gave the fans exactly what they wanted,
and we loved it.
But most of the time, it's usually like, oh, here's my idea for this new season.
Well,
you know, I mean, he'll like look at the reviews and how everything is. I think what he mostly looks at is like those Rotten Tomato reviews, which I don't even think really should count. I feel like you should do a little bit more deep diving, a little bit more, just to see, especially with what you just done with the series, and just see how people are liking these new aspects that you brought in, and really just make sure, because I feel like the Chucky fan base is split into two different like groups. Like there's people who love the weird, wacky, people who love the serious. So there's two major groups. And I would say nowadays it's pretty much a 50-50 split.
I agree.
So it's probably a little difficult for Don, because I know he wants to please the fans and please everybody, you know, as many people as possible. But it just seems like when he takes it more seriously, the majority of fans just enjoy that more. Even the fans who like the silly stuff, they can still find enjoyment out of whenever it's just like pretty serious. So,
yeah, I mean, but I'm also to the point where I think that it's been almost 40 years. I don't think Don cares what the fans think anymore. Like in terms of like he has in his mind, he has these plans that he wants to put them out there, and it doesn't really matter. Like we could complain about everything we hated on season 3, and he might have liked doing that and writing that, and he might double down on the things he didn't like.
Well, that's the thing. He's gonna have to listen to the fans to get him back, and I think that's what they did. Like, you know, in season 1, they heard all the people speculating about this person being Gigi, or not Gigi, being Glenn or Glenda, this and that. So he's like, oh, okay. So like he's like, okay, so, you know, that gave an opportunity for Universal to be like, okay, you can bring back Glenn and Glenda, and since the fans want it, but it is something he wanted as well. So I'm sure he's like, if the fans wanted something he wants, he's gonna, you know, push it.
But the way that he's been talking in interviews about what he has kind of planned for the future, I don't think any of our inputs on what we think matters to what he kind of for his ending.
Obviously he's gonna do what he wants to do at the end of the day. I just wish he would kind of sometimes be a little bit more considerate in terms of like what his fans want, because he was like that at one point in time when he needed to save the franchise from being dead at Seed. So he's done it before in terms of listening and knowing what people wanted, and he did a great job with Curse of Chucky. Like everybody pretty much liked that movie. So I don't know, but yeah, at this point he has so many ideas and so many things pretty much set in stone. He's gonna do what he wants to do ultimately. I'm just hoping it's I'm just hoping hopefully that season 4 will just be something that we can all equally enjoy as fans, something that won't be split, because really Don has split his audience. But I guess I could say I'm decently excited for what's to come, but I'm also nervous because you never know what you can expect.
Yeah. It could be a little crazy like that sometimes. But I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like he's gonna do what he wants to do.
He's gonna do whatever the studio lets him do.
Well, yeah, do whatever the studio lets him do. Because at this point, if the studio gives him another season, I'm pretty sure he knows it's the last season, and he's going to do whatever he wants to do with it.
Yeah,
if he's not going to get a season 5, and we know that, and I'm sure he knows that. So season 4 could be even more bonkers than we want it to be, because he might just be like, all right, I'm going to do everything I ever wanted to do right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he can.
So. But I'm excited. But I'm excited. I mean, like I said, as Chucky fans in 2024, we've been getting to eat good for a while. We're getting to eat better than Freddy fans.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
and definitely eating better than Michael fans right now.
Yeah.
So I definitely can't complain about that. Now there was one thing that never got answered. Now, unless I missed something, who was in the car?
Oh, who ran the guard over?
Yeah.
I honestly like once again, I think this is just one of those straightforward things. I think somebody was just going too fast on a back road and ran her over.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
But it was just so like it's like they were going like 50 down through a back road,
Yeah.
like obliterated her. Because I mean,
but didn't the car stop right after they hit her?
Yeah, but that probably was it. You know, if it's what I think it is, a straightforward route, is they got out to check on her. I just think it's one of those situations where it was like, oh, we want to surprise the audience and just rather than her getting the stuff, we're just gonna kill her right now. But I like the idea of it being like a legacy character foiling the plan. Like that would have been so much more satisfying. But I feel like,
we never did see anybody that was behind that wheel, right? Like that wasn't something I just missed because I remember seeing that car. I'm like, okay, who's behind that?
Yeah,
who's
we
behind
speculated
that wheel?
about that.
It could come out. Yeah, that's something they'll bring up in 4 movies from now.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, we speculated about it, but I think it's just one of those straightforward things.
It's Andy's little sister. Cool. All right, and then this guy right here is saying, "I'm curious on what was going on with Mrs. Fairchild."
What do you mean?
I don't quite know what you mean by that.
Yeah, I mean,
she's dead, and they got rid of her body.
I feel like it would have been cool to see, maybe even more impactful, depending on how they did it, to see her instead of Jake's dad, and her and her talking to Jake and like giving more comforting words, because she didn't get a proper goodbye to the main 3.
Yeah,
to any of them. So that seeing her as a ghost would have been nice, but they didn't obviously do that.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't kind of bring her back at all in that realm.
Honestly, out of the whole series, she is probably the biggest disappointment of character for the pure and simple fact that they built her up and they threw her away so quick.
Yeah.
Like they made her this important character and then they were just like, crumble and throw away.
Well, it's because we seen Teddy, we seen the guard that got shot and his eye, went down the painting. We had seen him, and we had seen the girl who got her head completely sliced up by the paper cutter, or So yeah.
Or
so
letter opener,
the letter opener, my bad. So yeah, we had seen them 2, and then who else did Chucky kill in the? I mean, because Miss Fairchild, but and then all those people at the dance, at the Halloween gala.
Oh yeah.
But we seen them all dancing in the spirit room. So we seen everybody that Chucky killed in there except for Miss Fairchild.
So I guess that's a good that might be the good question. Where is her spirit or something? Yeah. But like unless season 1, she passed away. Yeah. Or no, she got arrested for the murders.
She probably just got the murders on Miss Fairchild in season 1, and everybody originally thought that she was like she was Glenda because of the red or the orange hair or whatever. So everybody thought that she was that she was Glenda, which would have been interesting, but they didn't go with that whole plot either. They went the straightforward route of her just being or whatever. But they try to do like a thing where
I mean they excused, like she got exonerated, right? Like proved innocent of that.
Yeah, but they also try to do another thing where apparently she had like a criminal history. But like, and that's what made people really think that that she was Glenda, because she had a criminal history. So everybody was like, "Oh my god, that has to be Glenda," and they never did that.
But we actually did see her die on screen, didn't we?
Yeah, we seen her die on screen. She got suffocated by the flag.
That's what I thought. It was like the worst kill of the season, in my opinion.
But it's just like, it's so weird that we've seen everybody else that Chucky killed in the White House except
maybe
it was like an actor thing,
Yeah, maybe it was just like after the actor's strike they couldn't get her back because she was signed to do something else,
Yeah, it might have been something like that. It's just like for the story, it would have been nice. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I think we've touched on everything. There really isn't much more to really talk about. And I mean, with this season and, and how everything kind of ties together, obviously we all still really dig Chucky. We're not pissed off. At least it doesn't sound like any of us tonight talking. None of us are pissed off with where it's sitting at. We're just a little upset with the way that he tried to tie things up without really tying things up.
Yeah. And because I really, really enjoyed season 3. I just, it could have ended better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish it wasn't so much at the end, because there, like I said, I liked the most of episode 8 up until the end, and then everything just fell apart.
Yeah, not every kill has to have a deep meaning. A lot of kills didn't have deep meanings this season.
I was just mentioning how like all the other people, their ghost was in the White House, still in the spirit realm, but hers. That's the
and she was a main character, so
yeah. You would think if someone was gonna have a deep meaning kill, it would have been hers.
Yeah. That would have been. I think that would have been more impactful than them trying to like really quick give Jake's character some closure with his dad.
Yeah, but it also could have been like Don Mancini mirroring his own life, because that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
So maybe it was kind of like, if it doesn't help him out, it helps someone else watching at home.
Yeah. I'm sure it was like, Like I said, I didn't hate it, but I just feel like Miss Fairchild.
Yeah, should have had something to do. Yeah. In there.
Yeah, that would have been more impactful, I feel like.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us tonight, Horror.
Thank you.
We definitely appreciate it. There's been a lot of love in the chat tonight. Every redhead human automatically gets assumed they're related to Chucky. Yeah, fair enough.
That's the fans' faults.
Especially if they're a little hangry at the moment too. Then we're like, oh yeah, it's definitely Chucky's daughter.
Yeah.
But that was the thing, man. Season 1, we're like, anything, what's going on, who's coming back. So there's speculations going out everybody's ears, but nothing really fell through, or nothing really.
The week-to-week journey for season 1 was easily like the most satisfactory for sure.
Yeah. But hey, I really enjoyed the season overall. I was only, like I said, I'm kind of like you, Cody. I was only disappointed in like the last 15-20 minutes. And it was mainly just because that last 15-20 minutes to me was warranted of a full episode to really flesh it out and everything. And it would have been, I think everything would have still worked fine and been fine if there was just a little more explanation and things were a little slower. But
and those weird dolls really
as a Chucky fan, as a Chucky fan, I like where it's standing right now in terms of quality of like the kills and the story and everything. It's consistently just as good as Chucky's always been.
Yeah, I like conceptually. I like how they're handling. I like all the ideas. The ideas are fresh. They're interesting. I just would like to see them portrayed a little bit better. For some of it was portrayed good. A lot of like these new ideas that I actually really liked, I don't know, they kind of fell flat for me.
Yeah, but I'm excited to see where they would take a season 4. I'm hoping for a season 4. I want one. If we don't get one, I won't be surprised if we don't. But I personally would still like one. I'm still going to watch it week to week. I still want to get on and talk about it. I'm still 100% behind the Chucky movement. Like, I want to see more of it. He hasn't took it to the lowest depths of what he's taken it to before, the franchise to before. We haven't like milked the cow dry yet. So I think there's still more there.
Which is crazy to say,
not much more there than like a whole season. Like I really hope that if it gets a 4th season, he goes into it with the mentality of, I'm finishing this, because we're not getting a season 5. There ain't enough milk there there ain't enough there to milk that. But as a Chucky fan, I'm happy with where we stand. Give me a movie, give me another show. Sign on for another trilogy. I don't care. But I want more Chucky in one way or another. And I don't need it to be the Megan Chucky movie, the Megan versus Chucky movie, the Don Mancini. It's like, begging for or whatever. He's been teasing it. I seen on like an Instagram thing. He was like, "Oh, Megan versus Chucky."
Yeah, I think he thinks of it more as like a comical idea. I don't think that's because it's proven in the season that it's just a movie in the.
Well, but I mean, like comical ideas become real things.
Yeah.
That's how we got Freddy versus Jason.
Yeah, I don't think Megan's there yet, though.
I don't think Megan's there either. But I'd rather just see some more Chucky stuff go on. I think it's still there. I think we still got it. So whether Universal thinks that or not, we'll be waiting for that information on that. Love to join the video. What is it? Love to join the video sometime in the future. Thanks for the stream. Could talk about Chucky all day. Yeah, we could.
That is definitely Don Mancini. I
watching this Don Mancini.
You invite him. You invite him in or whatever, and it's Don undercover. That would be insane.
What if it was Don, but he was pretending he wasn't Don? He had like the fake mustache on. You're like, I'm not Don.
Yeah.
It's like,
that would be, it's like I would love to join the video calls in the future.
Yeah.
So anybody that's watching the replay or that's here live, obviously a lot of what I do on my channel is me and this fella sitting here talking Chucky. We're probably we might do some more in-depth conversations of like single Chucky movies. I'm actually wanting to open up his mind a little more to other movies, other horror movies that I grew up with from the 80s and 90s that he's not seen. So we might get together and do some conversations on that kind of stuff. We may get together and do some more conversations on Chucky just to, shoot the shit and hang out. But he does have something popping up, and I have the link for it down in my description if you want to tell everybody about it, Tristan.
So I thought it'd be interesting to start up kind of like a movie review channel. And every time I have an idea that I really, really want to talk about, or a show or a movie, that I would make kind of like a long form-ish video, like highly edited, something that I really want to talk about. Like tomorrow, not exactly sure what time, maybe like tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to release a Chucky Season 3 video, and it'll be titled, Did Chucky Season 3 Ruin the Franchise? And just to see what people's thoughts are on the season. But it's mostly just to kind of, dip my toes into making these type of videos, just because I really wanted to talk about it and make my own type of video for it, give it its own unique style. So, I hope some people come over there and watch it and just watch the video and just, kind of see it through. But it should be pretty good. I would say it's going to be like a 15 minute video, so it shouldn't be too long or whatever. So it should just be just the right amount of length to be able to quickly watch through it, enjoy it, and talk about it a little bit more. But yeah, I have that coming up tomorrow, and he just said like he just said the link is down in the description. So if you want to go to
for the channel, not for the video, it won't take you to the video. It'll take you to his channel where you can subscribe.
Yeah, so if you want to go to the channel, if you're interested in that, and you can subscribe if you're interested and want to hear more about it and kind of see just what type of videos I would make, then you can go over to that channel, subscribe or whatever, and then tomorrow I should have my Chucky Season 3 edited review.
Sounds good.
Because I know there's people that literally come to my channel just to watch us talk about it. So if you only come here to listen to him talk about it, you can go to his channel and hear him talk about it some more. So
yeah.
Well, what do you got coming up, Cody?
So tomorrow I have a super stream. I'm doing it with Born to Be Rad, Planet CHH, Tabata Vision, and Mid-Level Media. We're going to do our unboxing of the 1993 box set of Super Mario Brothers. It's something we all got in about 2-3 months ago, but we were waiting for Garrett to get it. It got lost in the mail, and then they sent him a new one. So it came out 3 months ago, but we're finally doing it tomorrow.
And that's going to be a live stream, right?
As a family, yeah. It'll be streaming on, I think, Planet CHH and Born to Be Rad.
Right on. Yeah. If anybody's watching this, I'm sure you guys know who those guys are. And if you don't, well, you're messed up somewhere if you found me and not them. But I'll be over there. I'll be watching that tomorrow night. I got the notification for it. I'll be in the chat because I'm actually one of those 90 kids that love the Mario Brothers movie.
Same here.
Dennis Hopper is amazing as as just a dude that really doesn't know what movie he's in. But I have a lot of fun with that, so I'll be checking that video out tomorrow night. You got anything else coming up with Radsman or anything on your channel coming up? I know you just did some TV show stuff, didn't you?
Yeah, I showed up. On Planet CHH. There's a video of him interviewing me. I go through all my box sets of TV shows, so it's about an hour and a half long. But I go through some really cool sets of TV shows. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to try to see if I can find. I am sure I can. I'm going to try to get the link for that video down in the description down here, because not a lot of us in the community focus on TV shows very often. So it's very cool when there's a stream or a video that does. So I'm going to link that down below because I enjoy that myself. I do a lot of TV show watching and buying and collecting.
I show off, like stuff like this, like, like those box sets that they just don't make anymore,
Yeah. That's nice. I remember that coming out. I ended up just getting the full clear box set with all those in it.
Yeah.
But like I have a really cool one right here. It's 6 feet under, and it's a grave plot. You can kind of see it in my background a little bit. It's like,
oh, that's cool.
Right there. It's like a grave plot. It's got fake grass on the top of it.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, man. They just don't make stuff like that anymore, man.
They really don't. So yeah, if everybody wants to make sure you check out Cody over there, of course, I got the links for Cody's YouTube channel down below. I got the link for Tristan's YouTube channel down below. What I have coming up is I have a video I'm working on, $15 vinyls at Walmart. So that'll probably be up in the next day or so. It's a quick little pickup video and just basically letting people know to go to Walmart and look for $15 records if you do that. Next Friday, I'm trying to get a live stream together. So far that's not coming together so hot. So if anybody's watching this on the replay and wants to come hang out with me next Friday to do a live stream, I'm looking for another guest. I've only had one person reach out to me with interest. So if anybody's interested, please just hit me up on Instagram. I'm trying to keep it me and 2 other people on every other Friday, just wanting to get together, talk about some of the new things we got in our collection that we're happy to have, and just shoot the shit for 2.5 hours or so. I'm trying to do that every Tuesday. I call that my something blue stream. And like I said, it's just me wanting to get together and do a haul live stream type of deal and just hang out with some people. The most concurrent person has been Corey from Wilkie's movie and music. He's been really down with coming and wanting to do that with me every week. I'm really just trying to mix it up and get other friends and other people that might want to come on there and chit chat. I don't care. I mean, if Corey wants to come back on, he's always more than welcome. I just don't want anybody to think, oh, he's only inviting Corey. I'm doing an open invitation to anybody that may just want to sit and shoot the shit and show off a couple new movies or books or records or whatever they collect. They just want to show it off and just shoot the shit for 2.5 hours on a Friday, because I don't feel like a lot of people stream on Friday nights. So I'm trying to be somebody doing something on a Friday night.
Yep.
So if anybody's watching this on the replay and they want to reach out, they want to just come and hang out, just shoot me a message on Instagram.
TGI Jeff. Yeah, that's what you should call it. TGI Jeff.
TGI Jeff. Yeah. So I'm trying to do this thing kind of with Corey. Corey does the lunch stream during the daytime, right around 2:00 Eastern time. So I don't really know what that is on the West, but it's for his lunch. He does like a lunch stream. And then after he goes off, we have some guys from the UK. Scott, the movie critic, he goes live with his UK fellas, and they go live at 4 p.m. Eastern. So I guess it'd be about noon on the West Coast, but they're in the UK, so that's why their times are a little funky. But they'll stream for about 4 hours, and then I'm basically trying to come in after them and stream in the evening too. So that way, there's always a little something kind of going on that's talking about movies and video games and just cool nerdy stuff. The only person I really ever see stream is the occasional Mega Mike or the occasional Collectors Club. Of course, Garrett gets on, but he never has a plan, and he's always on at like 11:30 or 12:30 at night. Yeah. So, but that's kind of what I have coming up. Besides that, I have a stream on Bob's Blu-rays channel on May 22nd. I gave him 10 movies to watch that he had never seen before, and we're going to go over them, and he's going to rank them, and I'm going to guess the rank that I think that they are. There's some really weird out there types of movies because I feel like Bob had seen everything by the time he asked me if I had 10 movies for him. So I chose some really weird out there stuff. But that'll be a Wednesday. Bob usually streams on Tuesdays. So for anybody that's not really looking for that, that's going to be on a Wednesday night. I'm sure he'll be promoting it. I'll do some cross promotion. And besides that, I am not planning on popping up anywhere yet. I don't really have any invites or anything yet. But from what I've noticed, a lot of people get the streams together a day or two before they actually go live. So who knows? I could be on 3 streams next week and don't even know it yet. But I'll be in the chats. So we got a couple last hellos in here. I just want to say thank you, Mom. I know you were probably listening to us the whole time. Thanks,
That's awesome.
Thanks for giving us your whole evening. We love you lots. This guy, I'd rather a Dead by Daylight movie that has all the killers as cameos like Avengers. Funny enough, they're working on a Dead by Daylight movie, so that may actually happen. But I think it's with all their original IP characters, not the guest characters. Enjoyed it. Very excited to keep the conversation going tomorrow. Yes. Over on Tristan's channel, there'll be some more.
The people who are interested, obviously.
This is my uncle. He popped in to say hi. We're about to just finish this up. Thanks for popping in and saying, hey, we went for like 4 hours. Thank you, Cody, for giving me your time. You got so much stuff going on with your thing over there and your whole your whole thing. You're on all these other people's channels. So I just appreciate you popping in here, man, hanging out with us and
it was
talking
fun.
Chucky. And I hope to get you on for something else. I mean, I'm sure I'm almost 100% positive there's other things that me and you enjoy besides just Chucky.
Oh, I'm sure 100%.
That we can get together and stream for half this time if we need to. But for anybody, like I said, for anybody that doesn't follow Cody, you get over there, you follow that fool because he's one of my favorite YouTube creators. I've been following Cody for I don't know, at least a year, because it was about a year ago I won that box from his channel, the Dr. Giggles.
Yeah.
And that's really what pushed me into doing what I do. So if you're here watching me, you can thank Cody over here for that, because Cody pushed me into that a bit. When I won that and realized how nice the community is and how welcoming everyone truly was, I decided, even if I look like an idiot, maybe I should get on front of the camera and talk some love of my movies and stuff too, because there's other people out here that will enjoy doing it with me. Yeah, and man. Cody was one of the first ones that proved that to me by action. So thank you, sir, for coming on here and spending your evening with me, because you're a popular guy and you could be talking to anybody else, but you chose to spend it with us, and we love you for that, my dude. Yep. So anybody tuning in to the after show, please, if you're not, go and subscribe to that guy. Go and hit up Tristan. The links are in the description. And thank you all for spending the evening with us. Oh, this last one, encouragement makes all the difference. And that's going to be our motto to close us out tonight. I encourage anyone that's interested in sitting in front of the camera and talking about anything, just to do it. It's a fun time, and you meet amazing people like this guy here and some of these amazing people in this chat that popped in here tonight. Some of you, a lot of you people are better than most of the people I've met in real life.
Right. Isn't that
the truth? So with that being said, I will be back on here live, and I hope that I'll have Cody back on here too. Absolutely. And until the meantime, you just make sure you go hit everybody up on all of our socials. We're all over Instagram, we're all over YouTube, and they're all down in the description. Until next time, later.